Rumble, YouTube family, what's good? What's happening? It is always a pleasure to enjoy True Earth Tuesday, and it is Tuesday today, right? It ain't nothing like no True Earth Monday or no sometimes Thursday, some craziness like that. True Earth Tuesday, where we hold it down, man, and we keep it real, man. Ironwork 92,000. Everybody knows who I am. Yes, thank you. It's always good to be me and be here with y'all, but it's always a pleasure. Always a pleasure to have you guys. And in the house, Awakened Nemesis, always a pleasure. It's good to see you, and you've been helping me out a lot. You've been bringing a lot of things into my purview, and I appreciate that. I am Wilson. What's happening, man? Whatever, dude. I am Wilson. You hold it down too, man. And it's good to have you here to kind of balance things out. You know what I'm saying? So, welcome. Grandma used to say, Erica, hey, it's about time. I hope you're doing good. I haven't, yes, and yeah, you caught me live. It's good to see you. I'm glad to have you. Where have you been? Where have you been? What have you been up to? You need to come talk to me. Let us know what you've been up to these last few months. I haven't heard from you in a while. So it's always a pleasure. I know the rest of you guys that are out there that are gonna slowly start to just make your way in here, make your way into the chat and in the house, and it's always a pleasure. I always like having you here, Shannon Emerson, baby. All right, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I like to see right there. Okay, yeah, man. So obviously, we got quite a bit to talk about. I know last week I think it was you know uh damn Thursday. That's what I'm gonna call it right now. it is it was a long Thursday we had last week. We were in the house for 5 hours and change just putting in work. And we weren't just BSing. You know what I'm saying? One of our big things was guys like Awaken Nemesis and everybody else was Shannon Emerson. You were there and she was putting in work as well. And we were just tearing that Urbano Monte map up. And we found a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? If you want to see it, definitely I recommend going back to that video. It's like 5 hours and change long. And we were putting in work that night and we were doing a lot of good stuff. And you know what? God bless you guys. I thank you guys. And I tell you what, if you've got your own stream and if you do a live stream, if you don't use the people around you to put this vast puzzle that we have, you are wrong. I'm telling you, because a lot of these guys, they may not have a channel, they may not have much of a platform to speak on, but definitely talk to the people. You may think you know something, but other people know a bunch of somethings. You know what I'm saying? And can help us put this grand puzzle together. It's an amazing puzzle, right? And it's better when you work with people because we all individually don't have all the answers. You know what I'm saying? So God bless you guys for that. And I love and appreciate you guys. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And I'm not trying to be corny or nothing like that, but I'm being real. You know what I'm saying? So thank you guys. Thank you guys for hanging in with me on Thursday. You guys are amazing. Absolutely. Um, so back to the chat. As Shannon ever said, y'all. Yeah, it is hot over here. I am Wilson. Like real talk. It's mad hot over here. Like tomorrow's going to be like 110 degrees. It might sprinkle a little bit and then it's going to get even hot. It's going to be like a sauna after that. You know what I'm saying? So over here in VA, it's mad hot. Okay. Grandma used to say, been doing therapy. I'm going to walk again because we're about to have yes. And every bit counts. Grandma used to say, sister, I am praying for you. You are in my prayers, you're in my thoughts. And I'm going to put a little bit more love on it because I think we all could use a little bit more love on our prayers, like real talk. And so especially now that I see you, I can put a little bit more into my prayers for you. So that's what my intent is. And any little bit counts. I'm a big proponent of that. I know some of y'all may think it's all religious and hocus pocus Bible stuff, and that's fine if you believe that. But prayer works, intention works, and prayer in groups work, right? Whatever you're praying to, whether you're praying to the universe or whatever, there is something about prayer that actually, when combined with other people on an intent, magnifies your intent, magnifies that prayer, and it makes it that much better and that much stronger. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like taking a bunch of magnets and putting them together and making one strong magnet. Prayer works like that. So definitely use that prayer. I know I am going to use as much prayer as possible, and I'm going to pray for our sister Erica, because you're a child of God, you're one of ours, and we want nothing but the best for you. And then everybody else in here, I want nothing but the best for you. So you guys, I'm also going to pray for you as well. And if you have any ailments, if you have anything, um, like talk, you know what I'm saying? Talk with us so we can focus our prayers, so we can focus our intent on whatever it is that's ailing you, so you can then get better. You know what I'm saying? Like real talk. I know it sounds mad corny. This is stuff that probably your parents say, but prayer and focused prayer and group prayer, right? It has an effect. It has a serious effect. Sometimes you may get more than what you ask for, right? When you ask for rain, you might get a flood with prayer. So prayer is definitely important. That's something I intend on doing for my viewers and anybody that wants prayer, right? I'm going to put some extra love on it, and I would like for you to join me if you would like. It's up to you, but join me in doing that for our folks, right? And for anybody else that you may want to have a bit of prayer for and stuff like that. I'm a firm believer in that. So anyway, let me stop being my parents, and let's let's get to the show, right? In here, yeah, it is crazy hot over here, Erica. And yes, we've got a lot. We got a lot going on. It's been a crazy week. It's been a crazy week this weekend. This weekend alone was wild. You know what I'm saying? And I'd like to talk on a few topics this weekend that don't involve what you think I'm going to talk about off the top. Tony Coriolis, baby, it's good to see you, man. It's always a pleasure. And I'm happy to have you in here. I don't know if you've started your show yet, but if you haven't, there's no better time than the present. That's all I'm going to say. I ain't going to force you into doing nothing when you ain't ready to do nothing. But all I'm saying is that ain't no better time than the present. That's all. Ain't nobody coming going after grandma. Grandma's good, man. She got God on her side, and she's got us on her side. So grandma's good. Tony, have you noticed that you've been stroking that? They've been across the combat sports. No, like UFC. I haven't seen that. Ironwork, have you noticed how they're stroking up the anti-Russian hatred across the combat sports? No, I have not noticed that. But Awakened Nemesis, family, I apologize. I apologize for that, y'all. But Awakened Nemesis did mention how the Russians have been getting robbed in UFC, apparently. I don't know about that, but I'm going to get into that. I'm going to get into that. And yes, grandma used to say, hey, don't, hey, no thanks, no thanks needed. We love you over here. I love you over here. So I want nothing but the best. I don't care if I am Wilson. You know what I'm saying? I want nothing but the best for you. And anybody that watches me and appreciates me and all that stuff, I appreciate you back. And even if you come in here and we have opposing opinions, that's fine. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to see any of my people hurt. I don't want to see my family hurt. You guys, I consider you guys like my family. You guys are family to me. And so I don't want to see you hurt. And I'd like to see you guys live the best lives that you possibly could live. And, I'm not saying that to be corny. I'm saying that to be serious, because the better you can live, you can be here on Tuesdays and you can be cutting up with me, whether you agree with me or not. The better you can live, right? We can all sit here, cut up together, and we can enjoy each other's company at the same time, learn from each other. So I think these things are important, and definitely, I'm going to say it again, man, prayer is important, and focused prayer is important. You know what I'm saying? The Russian guy Petr got robbed a couple of times by the UFC Awakened Nemesis. I did not know that. I don't know who Petr is, but I'm gonna check that out. And if you fancy a slight topic change, when you have the some spare time, look into the Mother of Darkness Castle in Ben. God dang, man, damn. We're gonna Awaken Nemesis, man. You be throwing some stuff at me that I'm like, man, I gotta look at that. But that's good. You know what I'm saying? Anybody that throws a monkey wrench in what your plans are and makes you kind of stretch a little bit, hey, I'm all for stretching. I'm all for getting better and kind of expanding my worldview from what I originally thought was so. And that may not, what I thought may not be in fact be the case, and that's fine. You know what I'm saying? And that's okay. Mother of Darkness Castle in Belgium. I'm gonna check that out. I'm gonna scope that out, and I'm gonna put some seriousness on it. Okay, so what says yes, Connor calling out Khabib as a terrorist. Oh my God. Then Khabib's gym being raided 2 weeks after he asked Trump cage side to stop the. I'll tell you what. I'm going to, I guess, from here. Thank you, Awakened Nemesis. From here, I'm going to talk on something, and then I guess we can kind of segue into what we need to segue into appropriately. Now, what you see over there with old dude Chris Creek, what's going on, family? It's good to see you. Did that head wound mentioned in the revelations have anything to do with Trump? Now, we'll get to that, but seeing what Khabib has said and seeing what has transpired as far as Khabib's place getting raided. Now, you want to know something? There is a war on truth. And after what happened, you have people with a voice. Uh, apparently we everybody knows that Khabib, right? Nurmagomedov, awesome fighter. We know what he's done to Conor McGregor, and we know what he's done to other fighters. And he's an amazing fighter, right? And I think he is from, if I'm not mistaken, he's from Kazakhstan or Belarus, but correct me on that, right? But Khabib is a Muslim. He is a devout Muslim at that. And he has his beliefs, which I like. He's got some strong beliefs, but I like his beliefs. And he believes telling the truth and being a man about stuff, right? And I dig that. I love that. I appreciate that about him. Whether I totally believe in him, believe in what he believes or not, that's irrelevant. But him standing up for his own beliefs and pushing for it, I appreciate that. And anybody that can just, hey, I don't do alcohol, and this is how I live my life, and this is who I pray to, I respect it. I absolutely respect it. And you want to know something? Somebody like that, I would have no problem throwing my money at him and seeing him succeed, because I have respect people that stand 10 toes down on what it is they say, what it is they do, and how it is they live, and what it is they mean. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm all for it. Now, seeing how his place got raided, apparently, I don't know if this is the truth or not. I'm going to do a little bit more research into it. But just read that right there, right? Conor McGregor calling out Khabib as a terrorist. And you see what that does? More division. More division, because somebody like Khabib could do his own research, could do his due diligence, and of course, it's going to bring us back to what's on the front. Everybody saw what my thumbnail was, right? Tonight's thumbnail is a globe with a jester hat on it. And if anybody doesn't know what a jester hat stands for, the jester hat, if everybody's familiar with the jester hat, you know what it looks like. It's the hat with the coronas coming out, but they're falling, right? And every corona has its own individual bell on it. And so the jester hat is basically a mockery of who the king is. So if you're familiar with a king's crown, right, like the Burger King crown, it is a full on headband with corona coming off of it and the spikes of the sun, basically. And so the The jester's crown is a mock, or the jester's hat is a mockery of the king's crown. And so the mockery of the king's crown on the earth. All these guys claiming to be in some kind of rulership, and they're all giving us the same thing. They're all giving us fibs, they're all giving us bullshit, they're all giving us lies. Now, where am I going with this? We just had this past weekend, right? I didn't make any videos on it. I wanted everybody to just get everything out of their system, say what they needed to say about it, say how they felt about it, whether they believed it or not. I'm not going to get too much into it. I will touch on it though, right? But as far as what has gone on, you have to look at the past. Before we go on with the present, let's look at the past. But before we continue with the past, how crazy is it? I don't know if you guys have ever seen Popeye. I don't know if you guys have ever seen The Shining, but Shelley Duvall died this weekend. I don't know if you guys have watched morning TV or TV in general in the 80s and the 70s, in the 90s, right? Richard Simmons. Come on, girls, let's go. Dancing, sweating to the oldies. Richard Simmons, dead. Another one. I don't know if you guys are familiar with 90s television, right? 90210 every Thursday night used to come on. Brenda Walsh, or Shannon Doherty, aka Brenda Walsh, lost her life, breast cancer, dead, young. She was so young. She was like 50, 53, 54 years old. Gone. Shannon Doherty, gone, man. She's one with the Matrix now. Finally, I didn't even know this, but everybody that grew up in the 80s, right? And when you were young and you would see an old woman talking about sex, Dr. Ruth, Dr. Ruth, whether you believe in TV or not, these people are gone. They ain't coming back. You know what I'm saying? These guys are people that we grew up with. They influenced a culture. Generation X, and I'm saying Generation X because I'm Generation X, maybe Generation Next, but more so us, when we would see them staying home at grandma's house, grandma and grandpa's house, watching it in the heat of the night. You know what I'm saying? These dudes influenced how we watched, how we looked at the world, how we watched, how we thought about the world. These guys had a strong, strong influence on that, right? And growing up, starting to grow into our teen years, Shannon Doherty, she was a beautiful woman, but she lost her battle to breast cancer, right? And to see these guys go down, they were a staple of our culture, of our viewing culture, right? TV and everything. So grandma used to say Gen X. Oh, 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 oh. All right. I think I'm like the last of the Gen X because I was born in 78. You know what I'm saying? And I think Gen X, Gen Next or something like that, Gen Z or whatever it was, starts in like 1980. So I'm like the last of them. You know what I'm saying? And so Generation X, we we're it. So we're passing off. We're getting ready to pass off the torch to the guys that came after us, because you guys, it's pretty much going to be your race. It's our race right now, but we will be gone, and your race to continue and to do what you can with, right? But these guys are gone, and I'm saying all that to say we grew up in a time at a time to where these guys, we kind of took them for granted, for granted. And yes, I understand it's TV. And yes, I understand it kind of shapes the way you think if you sit there and like focus and watch it all the time. But these guys still had a place in our minds and our psyche to some degree. And just to see them gone is like, damn, we grew up watching these dudes, and they were part of our waking life when we would pop that TV on and we'd see them, and then we would be like, oh, there goes Richard Simmons again being Richard Simmons. There goes Dr. Ruth on, Sally Jesse Raphael or Donahue or Oprah, stuff like that. And now these guys are no more. You know what I'm saying? And Shannon Doherty, she like polished all that off by dying. All in a weekend, man, and all these guys are just gone for good. You know what I'm saying? So, if there's a movie star out there that that you appreciate, if they were to die, like it would like throw you off. Like say Eddie Murphy died tomorrow. Like, can you imagine what that's the effect that that would have on a culture? Can you imagine if Eddie Murphy just died tomorrow? Like, how that would just we grew up watching Coming to America, Beverly Hills Cop, Trading Places, Eddie Murphy Raw, Delirious. We could go on and on. I'm not going to mention, A Thousand Words or The Heist, any of those other movies or nothing like that. But if somebody of his caliber, right, that we're just so used to seeing and so used to watching, if they just up and God took them away one day, I understand they're movie stars and but they still have families. They still have loved ones and everything else. Now, I understand this isn't the topic of discussion for tonight. I get it. But I just wanted to put that in everybody's mind to just think about these things, right? Just think about that, that if they're here today, they could be gone tomorrow. So appreciate, and I'm saying all that to basically say appreciate those you have in your life today. Appreciate, yes. Exactly. When Michael Jackson died, yes. When Michael Jackson died, I cried. I was at the piano practicing and I cried. I cried when Michael Jackson died. Felt my heart fall into my stomach and it hurt me. You know what I'm saying? And so it is what it is. It is what it is. But I'm saying all that to say appreciate those you have in your life today because you take them for granted today, they may not be here tomorrow. So enjoy the people in your life as much as you can because you never know when God might decide he needs to take them and take them on home. So, all right, that's enough I had to say about that. But anyway, it was a crazy weekend. It was a crazy weekend. As soon as we all know what happened with number 44 or 45, I think it's 44, 45, right? Donald Trump. And so he got, you already know what happened, right? I ain't even got to say it. But you saw what happened there. Those of us that believe that it was the real deal, then there are many of us that find it funny in how it happened and why it happened and when it happened. Like we could go on and down the list, but I'm not even going to get into full details of that as to what I think. I just want to remind everybody the USS Liberty, Operation Northwoods, the Gulf of Tonkin, the moon landing, the AIDS epidemic, Tuskegee experiments, 9/11, 1, 9/11, 2, Oklahoma City bombings, the USS Maine, possibly the Titanic, Smedley Butler in the 30s going into the 40s, catching possible state terrorists trying to take over the world, or rather to run game against um, FDR, and then he ends up losing his post. I want you all, and Smedley Butler, look up Smedley Butler, look up the book War is a Racket. I want you all to think about these times, and I could go on, right? The Iran Contra scandal, Afghanistan and the drugs, right? Afghanistan and the heroin drugs. That's what I'm talking about. The poppy and the drugs. Um, Vietnam and the drugs coming out of there into the United States. MK Ultra, Operation Bluebeam, Operation Deep Freeze, Operation High Jump. We could go on and on. The Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, BlackRock, Bill Gates, Margaret Sanger. I could go on. I could go on. I could go on. And I'm going to say the AIDS epidemic again. And not to mention the last 5 years, 5 years ago. What happened well, rather 4 years and came in its full strength 3 years ago, right? The cocoa, the shot, the mandates. We've been to so fucking much, right? That's the first expletive that I made. Excuse me, girls. But we've been lied to so much. JFK assassination, RFK assassination, MLK assassination, Malcolm X assassination, the Haitian president's recently assassination, Itzhak Rabin assassinated, Anwar Sadat assassinated. Who did all these things? Who did all these things? Who committed all these things? We were given one thing, we find something else out. We weren't even told about the USS Liberty until it fully came out in 1997. Meanwhile, it happens in 1967, June 8th, 1967. And that was a 30-year secret, a 30-year secret until we found out fully as to what happened from straight from the horse's mouth, the survivors of the Liberty, right? So I want you to remember that. We just saw this motherfucker just get shot on TV. There are so many inconsistencies as to how it went down, who was involved, why it went down. And the AR-15's effective. You could take somebody out with the AR-15, right? And I'm talking about 5.56. At first, I didn't know if it was 5.56 or 22, 30-06. I didn't know what caliber of the was coming out of that gun, right? I didn't know what caliber was coming out that rifle. Find out that it was an AR-15, so it was like 5.56. So it nicked his ear. This is what we're being told. I'm gonna call bullshit off the top. Off the top, everything I just mentioned to y'all, everything I just said to you, you need to call bullshit on this thing taking place. Because you want to know why? The first, and you know what? The Ghost of Judah tribe had something last week, Sunday, I think it was. This past Sunday, Ghost of Judah tribe had his, why what they said happened to the former President Trump. We don't know. We don't know, right? And I came out and I told my piece. I said, I don't know, but they're going to claim divine providence. They're going to claim divine providence. Hold on now. So this right here. So I want y'all to take a look at this. So it's the meaning of what divine providence mean, and I want you to put that in your flat earth, true earth vocabulary book. Okay? And I'm going to present that to y'all right here so you could see it for yourself. Divine providence. Divine providence is a doctrine in traditional theism that states that God governs the universe with love and wisdom. One, and that everything that happens is under God's control. It can also be seen as a way to explain how God works and why things are the way they are. Divine providence. And I'm telling you right now, and I've said already once before, that the former President Trump, is claiming, oh, it was by the grace of God that this happened. This is all people need to hear. This is all people need to hear. We have enough people that are starting to turn away from the lies that they know, but then they start to fall into the pit of lies that they don't know. You understand what I'm saying? So this man coming out here, I totally feel, in all honesty, that this thing was a setup. I feel this was a setup. Could it have been luck? There's a possibility. Could I be wrong? Sure. But with all the things that I've named to you, all these people have been doing has been lying to us. Pizzagate. Let's talk about Pizzagate. Why isn't nobody's talking about Pizzagate no more? Meanwhile, we know what these people are capable of. And we know they're capable of it because you had Diane Palfrey, the DC madam. If you don't know who she is, she was a mama san, basically an American mama san, basically a queen bee, right? A woman in charge, I guess you could say, a madame, right? That basically took her clients, these people that had strange sexual urges, right? Had a big old Rolodex and a plan book with all of their names, all of their information. She was coming out with the book and she was telling this information to Alex Jones. And like a fool, she did this on public radio. And when she did, it was not no more than a day or two later, she was murdered for letting this information out as to what she was going to do to her clients. Basically, let all the news out. So they suicided this woman, Diane Palfrey. So here's the thing, man. Here's the thing. These people are going to lie to you at every turn of a hat. They're going to lie. This thing that just happened to Donald Trump the other day, this is no different. I'm not even going to say, well, the shooter was at this distance, the shooter was over here doing that. I'm not even going to get into all that. These motherfuckers have lied. They lied about the fucking composition of the earth. And this is why the flat earth, true earth, is so goddamn important. This is why it's important. This is why the next generation and generation behind us, we need to tell them what the truth is, so they don't fall into these pits and potholes of what these lies are that we keep getting every day. Because I promise you right now, right? Donald Trump is being heralded as a hero, as a god. Meanwhile, apparently this dude is the same one that skipped out on. I'm not saying that he's wrong for doing it, but he did do it, right? He skipped out on the fucking draft, right? Everybody wants to hate Bill Clinton, which I absolutely despise that man for skipping out on the draft. Everybody forgets that Donald Trump did the same exact thing. It was his time to go, and he pulled every trick in the book to not go, right? And I feel that going into that draft, they got all the black people, all the poor people, and all the stupid people, as many as they can get, and just scrunched them up and made them cannon fodder, fed them to the military industrial complex, and just churned them out for that war. And because of that, we lost damn near like 58,000, 59,000 troops, 59,000 Americans because of that damn war. Lord knows how many Viet Cong. No, Lord knows how many Asians and brown people died because of that war. But I know Americans, we lost nearly 60,000 troops because of a lie. That's one lie. Lord knows how many people we just lost. Americans, we lost because of this COVID vaccine. Listen, I don't want you guys to forget what just recently happened. But the problem with American people is that we have short memories. Okay. We have short memories. This man is this Trump man is the same one, and Biden is no fucking better. So I'm not on either side, because to me, they're both liars. Both of them are liars. Both of them are not getting, they're not getting I'm not in either one of their court. I'm not camping for either one of them. They're both no good. They're both liars. They're both deceivers. They're both creepy men that have done ill and wrong to people. Period. Period. Point blank. Period. Right? I don't care. They've done this to people individually, and then they've done this to American people en masse. I want you to remember that this man is the same one that was like, get the shot. Get the shot. Meanwhile, now it's turning up everywhere you turn, right? Even the biggest proponent of the shot, fucking Chris Cuomo, is coming out and they're saying, oh, we made a mistake. The shot was bad. You goddamn right you fucking made a mistake. You damn disingenuous son of a bitch. You damn right you made a fucking mistake, because you were lying the whole fucking time. And you know what? I get upset. I get annoyed about it, right? Because I feel that American people ain't mad enough. You're not annoyed enough. You know what I'm saying? And you need to come out with the same gusto and the same anger and the same vigor because of this last thing that happened. This isn't something that happened like 20 years ago, like 9/11, or 23 years ago, 23 years ago. No, this was just around the corner history wise, right? The ink still isn't dry as far as this pandemic is concerned, because these guys are suited up, ready to do something similar very soon now, right? With this damn chicken virus or this bird flu, whatever it is. So we're not out of the woods yet. These guys continue to lie to us, and they set us up for the okey doke with the okey doke in this This whole thing with the former president. And people are fucking, it's mind-blowing how people are falling for it. But this is what they do. Here's what they do, right? When they stack these lies on you, they stack them one and the next one and then the next one and then the next one, to where you don't have time to figure out the last shit. Like, we still are trying to figure out this whole pandemic thing, right? We're not, it's not like I said, the ink hasn't dried on the pandemic yet. We're still learning new things, but the general consensus is that they fucking lied about that too, right? But we're still getting new stuff. But then they throw another fucking lie in there. So you don't have time to recover and say, in fact, yes, this is in fact a lie, and these are the people that need to be held accountable. You don't have time, because now you have another fucking lie to deal with. But you don't know it's a lie, because it's something fresh and it's something new that happened. And now you need to you need to sort through the bullshit. Now you need to sort through the bullshit and to see where is it that they fucked up, to where now I know it's a lie. No, you want to know something? We need to be done with it. That's what it is. We need to come to a point where we're done with it. And then we're like, you know what? Fuck you, motherfuckers. You're full of shit. Everything you say from this point on is moot, because this is a lie. Everything I mentioned, you could say that. And for all you super smart people and history people and older people and everything else like that, where you know that these motherfuckers still haven't figured out and they haven't fucking punished those people for that. Enron happened. Remember that shit? Right? Even though 9/11 happened, we still have the Pentagon. Don't forget that that happened too. The Pentagon happened too, y'all. Don't forget the Pentagon happened, right? That happened. Do not forget about these things. Operation Paperclip. Why were they allowed to do Operation? If Nazis are so fucking bad, if these people are so that fucking bad, why are you going to allow one of the biggest Nazis, Werner von Braun, to live and live out the rest of his days in this fucking country without those Jews to be allowed and get his ass like they get everybody else? Why? Why not? Why not? An Operation Paperclip for the Russians. You could get these Jews to get these other irrelevant motherfuckers, but the most important people, they can't get to them. You won't let them get to them. Instead, Werner von Braun gets to set up the biggest Nazi concentration, whatever you want to call it, in the world, in NASA. Meanwhile, these motherfuckers have been fooling us since damn 1958. They've been fooling everybody. And then here we go, since last week Sunday or last week Saturday, whatever the fuck it was, and we get fucking fooled again. And we're now supposed to believe that fucking Donald Trump, this dude, is our fucking savior. This dude is supposed to be the end all be all. Oh, he survived a fucking gunshot. So as soon you want to know how I know it was bullshit? You want to know how I know it was a lie? Because as soon as he came up, and that motherfucker was sitting there, got his ear fucking shot off. You see the motherfucker sitting over there pumping his fucking fist. You see him pumping his fist, and I'm like, so they're just gonna let him pump his fist, right? And just get off stage. Listen, we're being lied to again. We're being lied to again. And here's my thing. This is the government. This is the US government crying wolf, like they always fucking do. And everybody knows the story of the boy that cried wolf, right? I'm not going to repeat it. I'm not going to sit there. I'm not going to rant no more. But this is the government crying wolf again. So basically, what we need to do as a people, is say, you know what? Yeah, I don't believe it. Even if they say it really happened, let's say it really happened. All that other shit didn't really happen. All that other shit was still lies. And we're still sifting through those lies of the pandemic. Don't forget that. The moon landing, that was a fucking lie that these motherfuckers refuse to fucking admit. That's still a lie. These are still lies. These are, listen, they're still fucking lies. They're still lies. When do we stop say that's enough? That's enough. I'm done. No, no more. I'm through with it. When do we stop to say we're done? We're done. No, it's a lie. It's a lie. It's a And so we systematically need to say, okay, if that's the truth, then the moon landing, that was the truth. Okay, so then the earth being a fucking ball, that's a truth, right? The AIDS pandemic, that was the truth too. Hmm? The Gulf of Tonkin, that was the truth. JFK, that was the truth too. Hmm? Explain that. Weapons of mass destruction, that was the truth. So that was the truth. So what about this Operation Paperclip thing? That was where's the truth in that? Tell us the truth in that. Hmm? What about these guys in Flint, Michigan? Have you figured that out yet? Has anybody been punished for that? What about the guys in Mississippi? Has anybody been punished for that? So it's a matter of people haven't been held accountable. Not one person for all these fucking crimes. And you know what? It's not just a crime against American people, it is a crime against humanity because we're humans, we're people. It's not just a crime against American people, it is a damn serious crime against humanity. So why are we sitting here believing and wondering about this thing? He got quote unquote shot in the ear for all the things that we've been lied to about. Why do we believe this? Why do we think we need to believe this? Do you, for everything I just mentioned, do you see where it is I'm coming from? Do you understand what it is that I'm saying? Why do you think it's necessary that this is real? Okay, this is true. This dude just missed and grazed his ear. Really though? Y'all believe that? Like think? I just want us to think. Do you really believe that? And like just think about it. Yeah, I get it. Okay, you know what? Let me chill out. Let me chill out. Let me go through this with you guys before I just continue into and kind of segue into the next topic, right? But I want y'all to just think about that. Did you hear the head wound mentioned in Revelations? Um, no, I didn't. I'm gonna look that up, Chris Creek. Head wound Revelations. Head wound Revelations. I'll tell you what, he could have like a million spears inside of his head. I don't care. He's a fucking liar just like everybody else. He's no good just like everybody else. Right? All these military people want to talk about a draft dodger. He dodged a draft just like those other people that dodged the draft. And then if you're a survivor of the Vietnam War, guess what? I take my hat off to you, man. I take my hat off to you because that's something that you didn't have to endure, but you did. And you're here with us, you're alive still to this day. And my hat's off to you. But he's one of those motherfuckers that dodged that draft. Whether you want to believe that or not, we all know that about him. If that means anything to you. But he's a liar just like everybody else, man. He's a liar just like the rest of them. Just like the rest of them. So why is it that now he's telling the truth? If you think he's telling the truth, Quick Creek, I don't know, but the Illuminati card, enough is enough, has been played. Yeah. Khabib is a man of honor. I believe that. Yes, I believe that. Influences all the fighting age men. Next thing, you're in a war. Yeah. Yeah. And somebody actually brought up a really good point that a lot of these wars are started, and then guess who's in the middle of these wars? Guess who gets drafted? Gets who gets to fight these wars? A lot of times it's the firstborn. It's the firstborn, and doesn't matter who loses the most lives or who loses the least lives. The ones who lose their lives are the ones that partake in the wars, and it's the firstborn. And that was cryptic to me. That was cryptic, that was creepy to me. And because now it makes me start to think, wow, this is a lot deeper than what I thought. This is just another sacrifice. This is set up as another blood sacrifice. So what they're sacrificing, Satan, well, you want to believe that or not, they're making a blood sacrifice to whoever their God is that they're praying to, right? And why they're doing it, I don't know. Gen X here, hey, holla. They have no choice. Once you are initiated into the Masons, you do what you're told and play out your scripts, right? For the great work, or you lose everything, including your life. Yes, I totally believe that. Yeah, I totally believe that. MJ died. I remember when he died. That hurt me. Research the real birth names of most of the Hollywood A-listers. Yep. Michael Jackson is alive. Not seen the video. No, I don't know if Michael Jackson's alive or awake in nemesis, but I'm gonna look into that. That harm in the arm was diabolical. Yeah, you can't, guys, listen. We can't forget that thing that they put in us, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you don't believe it. I'm sorry if you got it. I'm sorry. But that thing, that was one of the most fucked up things. Now, you have to look at it like that. You can't look at it as if these guys made a mistake. They didn't make a mistake. This was deliberate. That is the most fucked up thing I could think about that they did to the world, that these people in charge did to the world. It's not just American people. They did it to the world. They made the whole world, forced everybody to take this fucking shot, man. Could you wrap your mind around it? Can you just sit down and think they fooled everybody and forced everybody into taking this fucking shot that's now just systematic, just boom, 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 just taking us down, man. It's taking us out. And those of us that didn't take it, there's not too many of us that didn't take it. Because the vast majority of us, you go around, you ask people if they took it or not, man, they took that thing. They took it, real talk, they took it. And then some of them took extra. Some of them went the extra mile, man, and they took more. They took more shots. So you got to think, like, we were fooled. We were lied. We were lied. We were all lied to. We were all lied to. Like, none of these dudes are special. None of these, like RFK is another one, man. He's not good. He ain't good. He just like everybody else. Cornel West, he's the same thing. Jill Stein, she's the same thing. Bernie Sanders, all of them. Like, I hear these people talk about these other politicians like there's somebody, like this one's going to tell us the truth. No, none of them are going to tell us the truth, man. They are they think that they're the big fish. They think that and they, you know what they think, that we're all the little fish. What does the big fish do to the little fish? The big fish never takes care of the little fish. The big fish tries to eat the little fish. The big fish tries to kill the little fish, and they think that we're all little fish. And this is why the division to them is so important, because they don't want to fuck around with a big fish. All of them want to fuck around with one small individual goldfish, little fish. All of them do. All of them want that box of crackers, just a bunch of little fish. They don't want big fish. They don't want to fuck with a big fish, or they don't want to fuck with a fish the same size as them. They don't want that. So they mince us up into small little parts, and then they take us down one by one, because we haven't figured out that all of them, none of them are here for us. All of them are against us. All of them are. None of them are here for us. Like I said, like I just said the other day, are you going to hear about any of them say, hey, this earth is flat and you've been lied to, and this shot is bullshit? No, none of them are going to say that. None of them are for us. If they were for us, they would have said that. They would have been like, yeah, it's flat. It's flat. You're lied to. The shot, don't do it. This guy in office, all of them in office, they all swallow dick. I apologize, y'all. I lost y'all for a second. So here we go. Research the birth names harming the arm. That was fucked up. It was. Hey, Ida Hill, how you doing? How's everything with you? Check out the Terry Eichel video. The world's a stage. Whether you believe MJ is dead, that's another one. Straight BS. They're playing it in our faces. They are lying to us. Michael Jackson is not dead. It's just his part of the pantomime has ended. I don't know about that. I'm gonna have to. Hey, Jehovah's daughter, sister, how's everything, girl? It's good to see you. Y'all, I join as soon as Saab's stream is over. And tell Saab I said what's up. And I'd love to see his. I love seeing Saab stuff, and I love getting in when I can. Saab is amazing. If you haven't, Sovereign Soul, right? The Untrained Mind, I believe. Check him out. Like, share, and sub to his content. I love his stuff. Sob Soul. Every once in a while, you might find him on Jaren's channel, Jarenism. Hardly anyone knows of the biblical giant trees, and that's one thing that I'd love to do. I'm going to look into doing more on the biblical giant trees because that is intriguing to me as well. And both are trash. Both are totally evil. They're both puppets. I totally believe it. Boston Marathon. That's another one. Yes, thank you. The Boston Marathon, another lie. And I appreciate you, Awakened Nemesis. Thank you. He asked for his shoe. That's what I heard. Yeah. With a tiny woman, GT. Trump had the smallest Secret Service agent at the front to get the fist pump shot. Yeah. That. Check out that Illuminati card. I'm gonna. Yeah, the Illuminati cards. All of those is the set is like $1,500. The mods are blocking almost all info I'm trying to post. Really? Huh. We do live in the same place Satan was thrown into. Yeah. Satan is the owner of this world. Sorry, Mr. Jones, what's happening, family? It's good to see you, brother. Always a pleasure. What are they distracting us from? I have no idea. We need to keep our eyes open as a unit. We need to keep our eyes open as a family, right? But we need to look in different directions. So I totally see when somebody's looking at Michael Jackson, not that it's like we need to stay focused, but every once in a while, all the eyes need to be looking around. If we stay too focused on one thing, these guys could blindside us because we have the blinders on, right? So it's always good to every once in a while look around, circumvent, right? Or circumnavigate that head, turn that head 360, 180 when you can, right? And look around and try to see things for what they truly are. Trust me, he's alive. Wow, that's crazy. Operation Warp Speed was really the war on the human seed. Wow. And that's crazy because now AI is starting to take over a lot of it. Not everyone. I didn't. I feel you, out of hill, and smart on you, good on you. Like I told you, nobody's guinea pig. I feel you, and we shouldn't be. Did you know most of the swashbuckling pirates we hear about through history were also really? I did not know that. Now, wow. NJ walking out of an ambulance, brother. NJ walking out of an ambulance, brother. Wow. Those people control a lot of the world because they sold their souls to Satan, denied the Messiah, and even crucified him. Which this is crazy. All this stuff that we're learning and we're coming into the truth about is wild. There's a lot of info about zombie apocalypse in 2027 on Google. I read you on that. And so like I'm hearing about Mike Jackson, which a dad I didn't even know about. I thought he was dead. I thought he was dead as a doornail. I'm hearing about the zombie apocalypse, and this isn't the first time I've heard about it. I'm hearing about these Illuminati rituals, shoes being off the feet, and this taking place with Trump. Like, I'm like, all I know is that that man is a liar, just like the rest of those jerks in the White House. All of them full of shit. All of them pedophiles. All of them are liars. All of them. All of them are like that. And until one of them could tell the truth about this Pedialyte thing, all of them are like that. And yes, we need, listen, right? Whitney Houston said it best when she said, the children are our future. It is not the AI. The children are our future. So how do we protect them when we have these people in the White House come to places like Baltimore Harbor and then they steal these kids and then they ship them all over the place around the world, and they do Lord knows what with them, right? And then victim to trafficking and to sex market and organ harvesting and everything. How do we protect them if we allow these liars to run wild? How do we do that? And part of letting them run wild is allowing them to lie like this. When you allow these liars to lie like this and you never hold them accountable, guess what? Your children fall victim to it. Our children fall victim to it. Our children, our supposed future, get not being lied to. Some of them get stolen. Some of them get stolen. Some of them get trafficked for Lord knows what. And then when they're done with them, some of them get sent to the chop shop. It's not me trying to be scary on anybody, but this is what it is. This is the truth. We've seen a lot of these kids turn up and then they try to say, oh, aliens got them, abducted them. Now we're starting to hear that that's bullshit. We're starting to hear a lot of that is a lie. And these kids that turn up missing and empty, if you know what I'm saying, and certain organs missing, what do you think that goes to? And there's a certain group of people that take these organs that are harvested and they sell them to the black market. And this group lives in the Eastern Med. And if you don't know what I mean by the Eastern Med, look at a geography book. Look at a geography book. So if I go up and right there-ish, that's the Eastern Med. That is the Eastern Med. That's the Eastern Med. So we're talking about right across from Cyprus, the island nation of Cyprus, the Eastern Med. That's the Eastern Mediterranean. There's a country there that they do super well in harvesting organs and fooling and tricking people and running these banks, running the American medical system, running the judicial system, running the education system. It's the same people in charge that run a lot of this nonsense. And I'm not trying to divide anybody. I just want to open your eyes to this stuff, that people need to be held accountable for a lot of these misgivings. And then we need to hold ourselves accountable because we don't press the people for the truth. We don't just stop them in their tracks and say, you're lying, you're full of shit, you're not going anywhere until this thing is told. Until you could tell the truth about this, you don't go anywhere. You're not going home until this shit is figured out. You ain't going nowhere. We need to put our foot down like that. We need to put our feet down like that. Right? And until we can do that and we stand on business and we mean business, everything else is just going to continue to happen, unfortunately. And I know this isn't stuff that people want to hear. I get it. I get nobody wants to hear that. But like, we're going to come across the same issues until we hold every one of these liars accountable. We're going to come across the same issues every single time until they're held accountable. Like, I don't know how else to say it. You're going to keep getting these stories that we know ain't true. You're going to keep getting these. Let me show y'all something. We're going to keep getting these stories that we know ain't true. We're going to keep getting these same groups of people that tell us, oh, now you're going to have to eat bugs. And then what? And then, you know what? We eat bugs because nobody holds their feet to the fire and tells them, fuck you, we ain't eating no bugs, damn it. No, we're not. Nobody tells them that. But let them take away, NFL football. Let them take away NBA. I wouldn't care. But that's when people will start to say something. If their normally paid program doesn't play. You should have seen how many people lost their mind back in 1994 when OJ was getting chased in his white Bronco by the police. And then the Knicks game, that was the Knicks championship that was playing against the Houston Rockets, that was interrupted. More than half of New York was ready to go to war with the White House because of that. I shit you not. The majority of the tri-state area, the New York City area, and New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut were losing their minds because of a basketball game championship was interrupted. If we had that much energy for a damn sports game, if we had half as much energy for how these politicians act, and we got on their helmet for how they lie and they mistreat us that same way, and these liars, how they mistreat us that same way, I think we'd get far. I think we'd be light years ahead, and we'd have what it is that we want as a people. But we can't do that. We can't do that. Now, why is that a deal? Now, I want to show y'all something, right? Um, I made a video a few months back on on the NASA having an agenda, an obvious, it's in your face, obvious agenda, right? And there is a certain rainbow group that these guys cater to, and they say fuck and forget everybody else. Excuse my language, right? Now I want to show y'all something. Check this out. Now they ride on Disney, NASA does, and I want y'all to see this. Check this out. You don't know, this guy is the Falcon, right? Anthony Mackie plays the Falcon on many Disney movies, Endgame and whatever. And now he's like taking over for Captain America. So he's like the new Captain America. Let's continue.
Hey everyone, I'm Anthony Mackie, and I'm hosting a National Geographic special that uncovers the delicate balance between humans, sharks, and the ocean.
Yeah, but look who's presenting this video. It's NASA. Don't we have NOAA, the National Oceanographic American Association, or, you know, Association for America, whatever? We have NOAA to take care of this. We have NOAA that does these things, but now NASA is talking about our ocean. But let's continue. And yeah, let's continue.
Now, I know NASA sends astronauts to space and explores the cosmos, but what does NASA, a space agency, have to do with sharks?
Hi, my name is Ivona. I'm a NASA oceanographer, and first to answer the questions, NASA cannot see sharks from space.
Nice shirt.
Being up in the air has its own advantages, as you
Ooh,
all
amazing.
know. So looking at Earth from
That
this
was
vantage
pretty.
point of space allows us.
Hey guys, I want you guys in the chat. I want you guys in the chat to take a look at something, right? I'm going to show you something in this video. Okay,
Have to do with
watch
sharks.
this.
Hi, my name is Ivona.
Again, awesome shirt. I love the shirt, Ivana. Nice shirt, nice hair. Let's continue.
I'm a NASA oceanographer, and first to answer the questions, NASA cannot see sharks.
Okay, now, guys, keep your eyes open for these two space clips. Tell me what you see and what you don't see. Keep your eyes open.
From space. However, being up in the air has its own advantages, as you all know. So
That's another.
looking at Earth.
So those last two clips, let's look at it again.
However, being up in the air has.
Here's one. Take a look. 5 seconds to look at this. 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, that's one picture, or that's one clip that we have of the Earth, right? With this satellite behind it. Here's another one.
Has its own advantages, as you well know. So look.
Okay, look at this one. 5 seconds. What do you guys notice in these two pictures?
So looking at Earth from this vantage point of space allows us to see the environment the sharks are living in. Our Earth satellites can see ocean currents, surface salinity, surface temperature, and also little phytoplankton that feeds the oceanic environment. So we compare that information with sharks' movement and behavior to understand how they're responding to changes in its environment.
Does NASA have any earth science research in my home state of Louisiana?
Yes, NASA on coastal
Did you
Louisiana.
guys see that?
Louisiana, for difference than many other parts of the world, it's really suffering from sea level rise, increasing temperatures. And NASA can use their Earth observing satellite to look at the impact of the sea level rise and its increasing temperatures, not just to the ocean coastal communities, but land ecosystems such as the wetlands. And also what kind of impact does it have on shrimp fisheries and aquaculture? On the other side, you can roll back to the ocean and start using NASA's ocean observing satellites to look at how much food is there for that aquaculture, or like, is there harmful algal blooms happening, and things that are really important for day-to-day decisions that humans make.
I'm so glad this is an area NASA is studying. This leads me to my next question.
Right.
How does NASA study the ocean as a whole?
NASA has a whole suite of Earth observing satellites that allows us to see all systems.
Oh, wow. So I want to Look at these damn two clips of these satellites, right?
NASA has a whole suite of Earth observing satellites that allows us to see.
Look at this satellite, Earth and space, right? Space is looking amazing. Let's continue.
All systems of the
Satellite, Earth, and space, right? Space is just looking amazing. Ah, boy. What do you guys notice? Do you guys notice anything about those pictures or those clips of these satellites orbiting the Earth, hurtling around the Earth and doing all these amazing maneuvers and things? What do you guys notice? What do you guys notice?
Earth. So land, ocean, atmosphere, and ice. And that's important because all these systems are interconnected. So we want to know how they're talking to each other and stuff. But when it comes to ocean, we have a whole suite of satellites that are looking at the physics and chemistry and biology, and being able to see ocean day-to-day changes, also long-term changes. But that's not all. NASA conducts different experiments of studies that allows us to see a little bit deeper what's happening in the surface of the ocean, but also in the depth of the ocean. And ultimately, we can take all this data and plug it in Earth system models, and they allow us to better understand what's going to happen in the future in the oceans of this world.
That's incredible. I've always wondered how local organizations are able to make better decisions for their communities.
Me too.
And it's great that NASA data helps with this. Has NASA found oceans on other planets? And what about sharks?
NASA actually has a whole team of scientists studying the ocean worlds. That's how we call these planets and moons and solar system we believe have oceans there. The technology that they would develop.
What you mean? Wait. What you mean you believe have oceans there? I thought they had oceans there. What you mean you believe have oceans there? What's this belief? You saw it. We could see it with these telescopes, right? We could do all these wondrous things with these telescopes. Let's hear that again. We believe
have oceans there.
Yeah.
The technology that they would develop to study the ocean on this planet is very similar to technology that we're going to take to study the oceans on another planet and then look for life in them and maybe, even sharks.
It's cool knowing that they're...
Oh my God. These... Oh boy. These dudes be making me hot, man. These dudes be making me hot. Want y'all to see something. Take a look.
Earth observing satellites that allows us to see.
Look at this background. Even though we know that CGI, but what's this background right here missing? Stars. This background is missing stars. So when is it relevant to get stars?
All systems of the Earth.
And this one obviously has stars. No stars. Some stars. No stars. No stars again. And then now you got some stars. So this is what I wouldn't even know how to continue. I don't even know. But I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to let these guys finish.
So land, ocean, atmosphere, and ice. And that's important because all these systems are interconnected. So we want to know how they're talking to each other and stuff. But when it comes to ocean, we have a whole suite of satellites that are looking at the physics and chemistry and biology, and being able to see ocean day-to-day changes, also long-term changes. But that's not all. NASA conducts different experiments of studies that allows us to see a little bit deeper what's happening in the surface of the ocean, but also in the depth of the ocean. And ultimately, we can take all this data and plug it in Earth system models, and they allow us to better understand what's going to happen in the future in the oceans of this world.
That's incredible. I've always wondered how local organizations are able to make better decisions for their communities. And it's great that NASA data helps with this.
Team of scientists studying the ocean worlds. That's how we call these planets and moons and solar system we believe have oceans there. The technology that they would develop to study the ocean on this planet is very similar to technology that we're going to take to study the oceans on another planet and then look for life in them and maybe, even sharks.
Yeah, we'll
it's
find
cool
sharks
knowing
there,
that there are teams on Earth studying the interconnected systems on our special planet. Thank you for all that you do.
No. Thank you, Captain America.
Okay. All right. Let's thank Captain America, everybody. We need to thank him for everything. These guys, man, like they don't stop with the lies. That's what I'm talking about. So that's a perfect example. They just stack lies on top of lies on top of lies on top of lies, and they'll use anybody to push their lie. Now we have to remember, right? Again, it's the idea of the big fish versus the little fish. There's so many of us small little fish, right? That when we don't unify and we don't come under one banner and attack the big fish, or we go after the big fish and we show them who's boss and who's going to eat who, the big fish always eats the small fish. They just throw and they don't care. Here's the thing, man. No matter how much we fuss and we complain about their lying, they're going to keep lying and they won't stop. They'll just keep pouring on the lies until somebody just says, and not just somebody, but everybody en masse says that's enough. We've had you're done. Like that's it. Not only is it enough, you're done. We ain't having it no more. But people continue. People continue to believe this BS. You know what I'm saying? We just continue with it. Little ones. What does the Lord say about those who harm the little ones? He tells us what to do. That's true. Walt Disney had his head cryogenically frozen. Scientists have been trying for hundreds of years to transplant a head, aka Frankenstein monster. Oh my God, I know. Painful truths are comforting. Yes, that's true. Fly Me to the Moon came out. That's right. I know that movie was supposed to be coming out. I didn't know it was out last weekend. Mr. Jones, I believe there's a company now named Cognitive, and I wrote that down. Yes. Being able to carry out human head transplants using AI robotic surgeons. Yeah, that's the one I saw. Globers would trust the government to remove their head and give them a whole new one. Yeah, those. I'm not even going to make fun of the Globers. We're gonna talk about that here in a little bit. When it comes to the issue with the final ego experiment. That's what I called it. I figured a little play on words, huh? Anyway, it all looks animated to me. So yeah, that's where I pointed out one has stars, another one doesn't have stars. So these guys can't even make their mind up when they're giving us bullshit on the screen. But again, they're lies. So when it comes to these lies, it's hard to keep your shit in one sock. Animations, total animations, cartoons, and nonsense. Absolutely. Unverifiable claims. They are totally. Yep, you get down on the airplane height in Google Maps, and then you could get all that detail. Yes, you can. Research what Pfizer means. What's spelled in? Resif. Hold on. Wow, that I did not know. I'm gonna check that out. Yeah, you know that no one other than Jay had ever created what? Other than a J. I did not know that. No, I didn't know that. Awakened Nemesis. I'm gonna check that out. Celebrating 350 years of philosophical transactions, physical science papers. What? I'm gonna look into that. That's what? That's crazy. I didn't know that. But before we get to that, I want to take you guys. Here's the thing. Now I'm talking about the big fish and versus a million small fish, which is supposed to be us. Um, I want to take you guys to what we just saw last week, right? And over the last few weeks, if you guys know or don't know, I'm going to tell you. We've had Jaron from Jaronism, Jaron Campanella come out, and he was just swinging the heels on Flat Earth Banjo, Eric Dubay, and anybody he feels is in opposition. I don't I don't necessarily have an issue with Jaron going to do this final experiment. If he wants to do this final experiment, by all means, go do it. Now, the issue that I have is how Jaron is speaking for the whole true earth community. That's my issue I have with it, right? Because now people, and the reason I have an issue with it is because somebody like Jaron has a responsibility. You've got over 200, I think he's got something to the tune of over 200,000 viewers. He's got a lot more than me, right? I've got dust in the wind. And I'm not saying that you guys ain't worth the smoke. You guys definitely are. Whoever views, whoever watches, whoever contributes to the discourse that we have in this here channel, like, you guys are my heart, right? And so I don't take any of you guys for granted. Even you, I am Wilson, even you, right? But he's got a huge following. Jaron from Jaronism does. And so when he just comes out and he says these things, and they're just so full of hatred, right? You don't have to agree with them. You could think they live a certain lifestyle. That's fine. But when you do that on such a mass scale, you're asking for nothing but trouble, right? And I'm not saying, and Awaken Nemesis, I read you. So, Awaken Nemesis, I read you. Totally read you. And Mr. Jones, I haven't ignored you. I'm going to look into that. I'm going to look into that. Now, I seriously believe that Jaron is wielding a big axe, and he's about to cause a big division in the True Earth community. Mark my words. Mark my words. And this is not anything that we need. Okay. If we feel, and I'm all about the truth, right? It doesn't matter whether it's a good truth, bad truth, the truth, period. That's it. That's it. An ugly truth, pretty truth, whatever you want to call it, the truth. That's all I want. That's all we want. And we get it. There is, a lot of BS going on around here. But the thing is we have to separate ourselves from everyone else. We have to isolate ourselves, right? Because we're already under attack from all sides. We're already under attack from people that don't agree with us. And just because they don't agree with us, they want to throw a wrench in our production. They want to throw a wrench in our day-to-day operations. It happens, right? And we need to not forget that. So when I see folks out there like Jaron from Jaronism, and people like him that are just sitting there and calling these guys shills, calling these guys liars, and calling these guys fools, I'm like, okay, listen, like, you need to stop right there. Number one, why? And I think Jaron has already explained why. Number two, you need to call them out to the public, and you need to talk with them like a man. Don't sit there talking this shit about these dudes that it seems, I feel, are doing us a service by calling out that, listen, because just like Awaken Nemesis said, Jaron was delicately put in place to carry from Bob Nodell from Globebusters. In place to carry. Okay. Eric was the one who warned me of Jaron from Jaronism many years ago. Warned you from what? I have no idea. Right? Philosophical sciences was shortened to physical sciences. Now, Jimmy Satterfield, what's going on, big dog? It's good to see you, family, and it's always a pleasure. It's a pleasure. It's good to see you. But if you think about it, like, it's like, listen, we have enough people, we have enough communities that have been divided and then subdivided, right, into mincemeat. The true earth is something different, and it's new. It's relatively new, and it's gained a lot of steam. We have people, whether you want to believe she's good or bad, we have people with bigger voices than one of us individual, but they have a voice, i.e. Candace Jones, i.e. Valuetainment, Patrick Bet David, i.e. Jim Brewer. We have these voices, and so with these voices, we need to use them and amplify our message. The last thing we need is division. And when you have discourse, when you have issues with people within the community, that you feel are fucking with you, and that you feel may be giving a message that is untowards or different than your own, or you feel they're trying to steer you from what you feel is the truth, you need to come to the table. You need to bring these men that have a following, a much bigger following than many of us alone, right? You need to bring them to the table for discussion. You need to have dialogue. And what really bothers me about Jaron from Jaronism, and you know what, he's probably, if he sees this, he probably talks shit about me, right? Is when he talks this shit, the people don't, a lot of his followers don't think, and they just follow him. They don't think and they just follow. And I'm like, we've had enough problems with people that do that. And we despise people that don't think and just follow. I think it would be a credit to him if he were to bring the people like Eric Dubé, if he were to bring the people like Flat Earth Banjo to the table, and you have discussion and you talk about it and you discuss things like men, and you want to know something, if you agree and you disagree, that's fine. But as long as we can come to an agreement at the end of the day, if you want to agree to disagree, that's fine. But this is something that would make amends to some point, right? And that would just make the community stronger. And you want to know something? For all the misgivings that people think that true flat earthers have, just because we don't believe in their nonsense, you know what it will show? That we work as a community. If you can do that, the bigger voices, right? The bigger channels, if you can do that, it'll pay dividends at the end of the day, a great deal. But you have to come to the agreement table. You have to talk like men, and you have to set an example. That's the big thing. Candace Owens, hold on, let me see. Ironwork, Jimmy Satterfield, man, it's good to see you, brother. It's good to see you. Let's go to the group discussion, and I'm going to finish off. I'm going to round off my thoughts now. Everyone knows that this world takeover by the bit. Do you honestly believe they will let a flat Earth be discussed without their agents carrying out narrative and keeping you south? That's a point. That's definitely a point, Awakened Nemesis. And that's definitely something we need to look into more. He warned me that one of several agents put in place to muddy the waters of truth and misdirect the people from the north, which then somebody needs to come out and somebody needs to talk. And this, then if that's the truth, then Eric and them need to come together and they need to talk in front of everybody and let the truth be heard. But if that's not happening, somebody is not being genuine. Somebody then isn't being genuine. Sorry to upset anyone, but Candace Owens is in fact a man. Oh wow, that's crazy. Now that's crazy, Awakened Nemesis. I don't know about that, brother. I mean, you're great. You're great on this channel, and thank you for everything that you do. But I don't know about that, man. I don't know if I could buy that. But the thing is that at the end of the day, many of us are men. Come to the table as adults, and we need to discuss our agreements and disagreements as adults. I feel you. And I'm not earning any money because of this, right? I'm just looking for the truth. I'm looking for the truth. I do my due diligence. I do my research as best as I can until I come to a stopping point. Then I come to y'all and see if y'all found anything that maybe I didn't see. You know what I'm saying? Like I do my best to put my ego at the door and come to you guys, because at least to some degree everybody's looking for the same truth, right? We're all looking for the truth. But these guys going back and forth like a bunch of bitches and just talking shit about each other, making songs about each other, like that's such a bad look. That's such a bad look. And with all the debates that are being held, you understand what I'm saying? All these debates that motherfuckers are having. Oh, you got 10 seconds to a rebuttal. Where's your rebuttal? I'm like, oh, that's nice. But when it comes to something that actually counts, something to within the community, to have a fucking debate. Now nobody wants to fucking sit down and debate no more. And I'm not saying that's Jaren, because apparently Jaren has called him to the table to talk, right? But this is what's being said. I don't know how true these claims are, but what's being said is that he has brought these people to the table, right? Or these people, I'm talking about Eric Dubé. He's brought them to the table. I don't know if he's done that with Flat Earth Banjo, but Flat Earth Banjo is talking every Sunday. And if you brought the people to the debate table, well, Jaren, Flat Earth Banjo talks Sunday night. If you've got the fucking bandwidth, instead of going to your fucking baseball games, go fucking set something up with Flat Earth Banjo. And I'm not trying to say don't have family time. Family time is definitely important. But if you feel that your fucking trip out to Antarctica is the real deal, and you don't want to turn people against you into thinking that you're a liar, then get on Flat Earth. You know Flat Earth Banjo gets people from the crowd like David Weiss, and is like, hey, David Weiss is here, everybody. David, come on to my show and talk with me. You know what I'm saying? So he'll get these people and he'll shout them out if they appear in his show. If you were to do that, maybe he would talk to you. Did you think about that? I would love to be on Flat Earth Banjo show one day and just to talk. Know what I'm saying? Get my big ass bell pepper nose, my crazy ass face up there and start talking and shit, shooting the shit with y'all. I would love to do that. But you carry so much weight with how long you've been in the community, the things you've done in the community, Jaren. So I feel you have a responsibility. And whether you agree with me or not, I don't give a fuck. The truth is, you have a responsibility to your viewers and to the rest of the True Earth community into doing what's right. Part of what's doing what's right is to do right by the community. We're all part of the community, Jaren, right? Whether you want to believe that or not, we are. And you have a responsibility to do the right fucking thing by everyone in the community. And you need to have this discussion. I don't care if you agree or not. I don't care if you don't like it or not. Be a fucking man and talk with this dude. Make it life's damn goal to talk with these people. And why do I say make it your life's goal? Because you talk on this stuff every other day. You talk on the true and flat earth every other day, as if it's your life's mission to talk about the true and the flat earth. And then if it's your life's mission, because that's what it appears to be, then you'll talk with those dudes. You'll talk with those dudes and you'll try to make amends, or you'll try to see where is the truth in all this. Who's lying? You know what I'm saying? And we will sit and we'll watch, and we'll watch and we'll have something to be like, hey, you want to know something? Maybe they didn't agree, but these guys did what men fucking do, what men are supposed to do. And you'll lead by example. And it's not saying that you guys are leaders, but you guys obviously have some of the biggest channels. Stop being a bitch about it and talk. Talk with these motherfuckers. And yeah, I'm saying y'all being bitches about it because you guys have the biggest channels. That's why. You don't see me sitting here talking shit about Flat Earth Banjo. You don't see me sitting here talking about Terry Ike and all that stuff, right? Whether I agree with these motherfuckers or not, I have a certain level of respect and decorum for them, because they do work for the community. You don't have to agree with them. I don't agree with what effed up world says all the time, but I have a respect for the guy, right? I don't agree that there are people on the ISS. I don't agree that there are people actually in space. I don't think so. But I'm not going to sit there and talk shit about him, but just because I don't agree with him. And so if I don't agree, maybe I'll get on his channel one day. Maybe we could sit down and we could discuss why it's like this. All right. But you guys going back and forth calling each other's shill, you look like a bunch of fucking hens doing that. And it's fucking embarrassing. And the community, I'm surprised the community hasn't ostracized some of you guys for behaving like this, because you guys are behaving like a bunch of fucking hens. Instead of trying to figure shit out, you guys are just pecking at each other like a bunch of bitches, like a bunch of fucking girl chickens, dude. Stop doing that and be men. Come to the fucking table and either agree or agree to disagree, but come to the table like men. Let's see what y'all got in here. Philosophical science is short and physical science. Yeah, that's all good, brother. You good. Narrative in the south, misdirect from the north. The muddy the waters. Yeah, I got that. And we're gonna have to put a little bit more a little bit more stank on stank on what the north is. It works. Loves provable facts. It's true. It's true. Look on the hands at the hand size, the facial bone structure, and the neck sleeve she wears on her lower neck to the Adam's apple. No one will debate Eric. They're terrified of the response when they try lying to him. I want the Antarctica trip to happen. I'd like to see what happens, yes. But Awakened Nemesis has a point that nobody's given much credence and attention to the North already. So that's that needs our attention. Sometimes having a beef can sell, and people like to watch gossip, unfortunately, which I hate. Neil deGrasse Tyson backed out last minute the Eric debate, which, if you guys notice, because these guys are going to Antarctica, I believe since then, now you got the people to the likes of Neil deGrasse Tyson, uh, and Captain Kirk, William Shatner. They're both going now, right? Both of these guys are now going to the fucking flat Earth debate. And yeah, I remember when he was on the Joe Rogan experience talking that stuff. I'll debate him. I'll debate him. Then at the last seconds, they were like, yeah, abort, abort, abort. That's not some smoke that you want to be inhaling because he'll choke you out. Eric Dubé would choke Neil deGrasse Tyson out, and it would be nasty. Yeah, this isn't something that the elites, that the liars in charge of the media, they're not ready for all that. That is not what they're ready for. I think Eric Dubé would put the figure four leg lock on him and then put him out of commission. It wouldn't be pretty at all. You know, yeah, I don't think that would be a good look for Neil deGrasse Tyson. But like I said, man, I don't even think Jaron and them watch this channel, right? They don't see they don't see us, they don't hear us. Like I put in the chat, there is there are a bunch of guys out there that do great work, right? And they haven't told him, listen, put your money where your mouth is and talk to these people and talk to these men and women that you don't agree with. Or if you want to call them, like they're going out there calling, listen, I don't know about you guys, but Eric Dubé is one of the people that helped me to see the flat earth, that helped me to see the flat earth, right? Eric Dubé, Jaron from Jaronism, David, I'm going to call him out. David Weiss, Terry Ica, Effed Up World, uh, Flat Earth Banjo. All these guys have, and now you've got the new ones. You've got the new ones no longer on the ball, right? These everybody has their place in the community to some degree, and everybody contributes. And everybody does work to make something for the community every once in a while, whether it's a live show, whether it's a combination live show and a video for however long, right? Everybody commits to the community and contributes. We want to bring something of value to the table. So instead of sitting there bickering amongst each other and fighting each other and further dividing another, because we're already divided from people that believe in the globe. We're the people that don't believe in the globe, right? So you're going to divide us more. You're just going to further divide the True Earth community. And hell, even just changing the name to some degree is dividing us. But I don't want there to be a division. But I still feel a name, just an alteration in the name is necessary. You understand what I'm saying? Yes, we believe a lot of the same things, but an alteration in the name so that people know that we standing on business. That's my thing. That's why I call it the True Earth and not the Flat Earth. I call it the True Earth for a specific reason. And I'm honest in the True Earth Tuesday because we want to discuss things that we can prove the truth about the earth, that it ain't turning, it ain't curving, and it ain't doing these extraordinary things that they claim that it's doing, right? the true earth. But then, with all these guys that are bringing stuff to the table, with the things that you bring to the table, you're also bringing drama to the table. And so what that in turns does, that takes people from that table, and now they want to go make their own table and bring folks to the table. And what does that do? It just causes division. And honestly, in these latter days, man, because we're living in some crazy times, and I think these are the late days. We're in extra innings right now, and it ain't looking pretty. It ain't looking pretty for anybody, especially if you ain't part of the elite. It ain't looking pretty for you. It ain't looking pretty for us. It ain't, right? Times are crazy right now, and so we need to constantly be on the lookout. And so you're just going to divide people. You're just going to divide the community like that. And so Flat Earth Banjo brought up a really good point last week, right? So Flat Earth Banjo mentioned how, and this is my Flat Earth Banjo impression, so hopefully he don't get upset with me making fun of him, but I like him a lot. You know, when I live in Japan, and when you do something, and I live in a small community, but when you do something bad against the community, it hurts the community. And so when I heard that, I said, you want to know something? That's what it is. When you do something bad against the community, like when you don't listen and you do your own thing, you break away from the community without first consulting the community or those that have been in the community longest. When you just break away from the community, like you actually wind up hurting the community, and all for self gain, all to scratch that itch, all to just kind of, you know, I guess you could say rub your own ego. And in turn, doing that, you're just further dividing the community. You may have people on your side, and I'm not saying that you're totally wrong, but the way in which you're going about doing this is wrong. It's it's dead wrong. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say it. You're wrong. Jaron, you're wrong. Right? Sitting there making that song on Eric Dubé, you're wrong. Calling him a lady boy and everything else, you're wrong. Okay. If you think he's lying and you think you have proof, that's one thing. But if you want to make if you want to make things truthful and right, and you're all about the truth, you need to stand on business, and you need to bring him to the table. And if he's not coming to the table, calling him a pussy, calling him lady boy, calling him feminism, femdom, whatever, talking shit about him like that in public to your viewers, because you've got a lot of viewers, bro. You're running a business. That's the thing. You're also running a business. Okay. And when you do that, you're just dividing the community. And if you take a look in your chat, it wasn't looking pretty. You had people on your side, but then you started dividing people. Then you had people that nobody was on your side, bro. Like the ripple effect that you cause is harmful. It's harmful to more people than just you. And so you're not thinking about the community in that. Not at all am I saying that you need to lie. I'm not saying that, or you need to support lies. That's not at all what I'm saying. If Eric Dubé is lying somewhere, then you bring him to the table, and then we say, okay, these are falsehoods. Eric, defend yourself. And if he can't defend himself, then you want to know something? We'll make that decision. We'll judge. We'll make that judgment. But you just can't come out there to all your viewers, and then somebody like him just you call that man out of his name, whether you think he's a lady boy or not, right? You call that man out of his name, just go do some yoga or something like that. Like, why? Why are you doing that, dude? Why are you doing that, man? Like, I like your channel, man. And you probably gonna talk shit. Like I said, you probably gonna talk shit about me. I could give a fuck, man. But I like real talk, you could be doing a lot better, man. If instead of the division, you look to repair things. You look to bring us together instead of causing the division. You may not agree, man, but I seriously feel you need to consider these words. You probably ain't going to listen. Hopefully somebody gets the word out to you though. But if you think, but if you don't want to do that, that's a problem with your ego. And this is the shit that we're talking about globe people. We already get on globe people for using their ego for wrong, right? For not listening, for not paying attention to the community, for not doing their due diligence. Well, you're doing a lot. You're doing the same thing. And despite what you think, you're being hard headed, dude. You're being hard headed. And I feel you're wrong. Like, I don't know the whole history of what you went through with Eric Dubay. I'm not saying that I know the whole history and I know the whole thing, but because you have such a big following, because you have such a big business, because there's so many new people coming into the True Earth community, and because of where we are in proximity to time as to when things are going to occur in the next 5 months, possibly the next 5 months, you're going to find yourself in Antarctica, right? You're going to find yourself in Antarctica around all these strange people in a totally fucking strange and foreign land about to conduct an observation, right? But before then, what's going on? What's happened in this 5 month span, right? Are we a further divided true earth community to where we're in a when listen, when we're like that, we're ineffective. And it's so easy to infiltrate a community like that. A house divided cannot stand, right? And it's so easy to infiltrate a community and just drop your bugs in there and just further divide the community. And you're making, Jaron, I'm not saying that you shouldn't go to these places, but when you sit there and you start talking, not to mention, you're also talking shit about Leo, Level Earth Observer, because he's saying demonstrable facts, right? He's saying, yeah, I'm a demonstrable facts guy, which he is. He's like, yo, it ain't turning, it ain't moving, it ain't turning, it ain't curving, it ain't doing none of this stuff. Prove it. Demonstrable facts. So when you start bringing up his name about how he's this and how he's that, like, dude, you just calling out all these guys for a fight. You calling out all these dudes for war. You making songs about people, and all because you want to impress people. You want to make people laugh. You think you're funny. You think you're cool, right? Like, I already watched Jake the Asshole. He's an asshole. He acts like an asshole. And he said the name. So I'm like, yeah, you act like that. Is he funny? Yes, he's funny. But at the same time, it's like he's on his own thing. So, like, does he believe in the true earth? I don't know. I don't know what he believes in. The stuff he believes in is like way out there. But he can be harmful to the community. Now, is he telling a lie? Is he telling the truth? I believe, maybe I'm wrong for saying that, but based off of seeing his conduct and based off of seeing how he carries himself and based off of hearing what he says and looking behind him, I believe he believes that the flat earth, how we see it, is wrong. He firmly believes that, right? I believe he believes that. And I believe he has his own way of looking at the, and I ain't got no smoke for him, but he has his own way of doing things. However, there is a way in which you see flat earth, Jaron, and how Eric Dubay and them see the flat earth. And it's all, a lot of it is the exact same, right? A lot of it is the exact same. Now, if Eric Dubay might have mis missaid or said something out of turn, right, or said this or called you a shill, I could see you taking great offense to that, because I would take great offense to somebody calling me a shill too, right? I'd be mad as fuck. But the thing is, you don't sit there talking shit about this dude. Right. I would do my best to not talk shit about this person unless they were a glober and they wanted some smoke. And then I'd start talking shit about them. Then I'm done with them. But somebody like as big as Eric Dubay, and when I mean as big, I'm like, everybody in the community knows Eric Dubay. Somebody as big as you, somebody as big as Austin Whitsitt, which we haven't heard from Austin Whitsitt in these last few days. Where's he been? Right. You know what? Actually, I think it's because he had a kid. He just had his child. And Austin, if you're listening, man, God bless you. Congratulations on your new child. He is hell and tired as hell. But hopefully all the things that you got for the new little one, and all the all the love and support that you got, hopefully But with everything that's going on, like you need to bring these men to the table right now. You came on, so okay, all right. Oh, I appreciate that, Shannon, and thank you. But yeah, man, like you have a responsibility. Man, I know I said damn, I be sounding like a like a broken record sometimes, but I can't stress the responsibility part and the leading by example. Lead by example, bro. You if you want, be the change that you want to see. Right? How do you do that? You have to be you have to be that big man. You have to be that man that brings us together. You can't be divisive, man. You can't be. One of the things that one of the things that we're dealing with, we're dividing ourselves from everyone else just based off of what it is we believe. Just because we believe that not just because we believe the earth is flat, but because we believe that the earth is true, then that comes with a lot of other things that a lot of people ain't ready to look into and a lot of people ain't ready to believe. You understand? But the biggest thing is leading by example. And it's easy to say, but it's hard to live up to and it's hard to do. It's easy to live up to, but it's hard to flip and do. But if you don't do it, you need to think about the damage that you're going to cause to everyone else within proximity of you, right? To everyone else that look up to your channel and looks to your channel as a source of truth, right? As some form of entertainment, but a good, healthy, and or what many may think is a healthy and clean entertainment because they're getting the truth from it and they're getting information out of it, right? Like these guys, I would like to believe are being genuine in their beliefs and genuine in their research because like right? After doing diligence and looking behind these guys and what it is that they claim, there was a time where I didn't believe that the earth was flat. There was a time where I didn't believe that we lived on a true earth, right? And I thought these guys were full of shit. But because they brought me to what is evidently a true and flat earth, like I give these guys some credit. Now I'm not saying that I totally believe in everything that they believe, right? There are a lot of y'all in the community that I think y'all are crazy for believing certain things. But then again, how do I know? Just because I know or I think I know what I know based off of what it is I've seen personally and the research I've done, I think I know what this place is. I don't. And so another thing, Jaron, is when you come out and you get talking shit about true earthers or flat earthers. When I say true earthers, I'm talking flat earthers, y'all. When you start talking shit about flat earthers saying, hey, it doesn't matter. It could still be flat, even if the sun were to arc behind you, right? Or if the sun were to be a 24-hour sun. Sure, it could still be flat, right? Like, Jaron, you have to understand, yes, it could still be flat. Is that a problem? That's debatable. Sure, you could say that's a problem. For our model, it's debatable, right? It's debatable. But here's the thing. This is why what Leo says and much of what I say, a lot of it you have to pay attention to. Because at the end of the day, that 8 inches per mile squared isn't, it's not mathing. It's not doing what they claim that it's supposed to be doing, right? We're still level, flat, and plain at distances, at vast distances. So their model still isn't working. It's still not functioning. So that's what we're saying. That's why we're saying it doesn't, that doesn't matter. What the it just mean, you know what it means? Okay, so let me clarify when I say it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean that our it doesn't mean that our map functions the way we thought it did. We're not saying that the map is still valid, right? And what I mean by the map, I'm talking about the Gleason's map or the Charles Baltimore map or even the Urbano Monte map. We're not saying that that's valid anymore. No, what we're saying is that it's still plain. It's still not curving. It means is that this place is a lot stranger than we thought. So now we have to revise what we was an official true model, right? But you have guys, Jaren, right, from Jarenism, that have been doing this longer, and they even made a freaking map that functions because of it. A map that pilots adhere to and they follow. A map that mariners and submariners adhere to and follow in order to get from point A to point B. What I'm talking about, what map am I talking about? I'm talking about the CS Hammond map, right? The map from my little atlas that I was showing you right there. The Urbano Monte map, another one. The Army Air Corps map, right? And finally, the map that everybody looks at, the map that everybody follows and is like on everybody's shirt, the Alex Gleason map. Based off of these maps, everything seems to function properly. Everything seems to function well. And so if the sun isn't doing, but they're claiming that it's accurate and true and all that other stuff, fine. And if the sun doesn't adhere to that, what those maps are saying, then we totally need to scrap that, and we need to take a step back and we need to reevaluate the situation. That's what we say. We're not going to come out and say, well, it's not flat anymore. No, no, it's still riding flat. It's still riding level. The sun just ain't doing what we thought it was going to do. That's all. That's all we're saying. Many of us aren't, and the reason that you're getting a lot of this pushback, Jaron, from Jaronism, is that people don't people don't want you to sit there and talk for them, right? Let me go to the chat a little bit. Yeah, he would. Eric Dubay would make him look bad. Said that. A good friend of mine. Oh, really? So Awakened Nemesis. Yeah, you need to get Eric Dubay. If you could get Eric Dubay here so we could discuss some things, I would love to do that so we can hash this thing out, right? And I've got a whole slew of questions that I have for Eric Dubay, and I would love to talk with him. If you could get him here, if you could actually get Eric Dubay here so we can hash it out, because he's got his own thing going on, and I'm going to ask him the shit questions that nobody, or that maybe some people don't want to ask him, and I'm going to treat him like a man, though. I'm going to be honest with him, right? But the thing is really, I want to repair this division that is starting to happen in the community. That's all I want. I just want i just want us to be together, and I want us looking for the truth together. Yeah, right. Beggars can't be choosers. I get it. But at the same time, we shouldn't have to endure this. We shouldn't have to, because we can see the forest for the trees, and we can see where this is headed if these guys continue down that path. And so my thing is to stop them before they get to that point. Yeah, the men from Mount Meru. Hmm. Interesting. Good impression, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you. Because that's what they do when you don't agree with their lies. Yeah, I wouldn't trust Jaron to tell me the time in a clock shop. Oh, damn. A lot of people are saying that Jaron is a shill. So this is why they need to sit down and talk it. And if they don't sit down and talk, then they're going to leave everything up for discussion amongst ourselves. But here's the thing: is at the end of the day, um, I think we need to let that if the at the end of the day, it's going to be hard for the entire community to let those two sit on it and try and figure it out themselves. But we all need to be together, and we need to press on. Uh, have a team explore the north, and now have another team explore the south. But we need to do it together as a unit. We need to be together in this whole thing. Doing a live stream. What's it is? Okay. All right, now you came. I appreciate you, Shannon. Hell yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Considering how long Jaren Weiss, Globusters Wits has been preaching flat earth. How many times have you heard them discuss in detail our magnetic north? And you're right, Awakened Nemesis. No, you're right. You're right. And you've said this time and time again. And you know what? I'd love to say that we're the only ones that are really doing what we can to discuss it in detail. And you know what, Awakened Nemesis, I would love for you to I'm going to get some fodder here for our next discussion, and we're going to discuss in better detail, more detail, the North. Okay. But at the same time, if you can get Eric Dubé here, even for a little bit, all I need is like 10 minutes. That's it. I just want 10 minutes of his time. I don't want him for that long, right? Eric Dubé here, I think that would help a great deal. That would help a great deal. And I'm not here to waste nobody's time, and I don't want my time wasted neither. You understand what I'm saying? My thing is to repair whatever schism there is that's starting to form, and for us as a community to agree or agree to disagree, but also to have a vision and a goal and continue down that path, right? Set things straight between those guys. Spherical geometry is the third dimensional representation of a two-dimensional plane. Yes. Yes. They're trying to explain our truth with a sphere. Unfortunately, they had to get their mechanism 1,000+ years old on a working flat model. Exactly. Yeah. Flat Earth deception is a storm to sink all ships. Exactly. They want to protect at all costs. Hence why they, even David Icke or Alex or Jones, Alex Jones, right? Yeah, David Icke don't want none of that. David Icke and all his craziness. Every YouTube will push they'll push the whatchamacallit. They'll push the reptilian narrative. They'll push that all day with the aliens and the Anunnaki and all that stuff. But man, yeah, what's his name? Don't want this. This is not the smoke that he wants, David Icke. No, I'll ask Eric Rowe. But I know he's very busy. But yeah, just ask him. I just want him for 10 minutes. That's it. And we can have him for 10 minutes. I will set it up. I will prepare the way. And that 10 minutes, that will be an honest to God 10 minutes. And once Eric is good and he's satisfied, we're done. You know what I'm saying? But I sincerely need him to get that off his chest. And I'll ask him honest and pointed questions. I'm not going to sit there and bullshit nobody. Please ask him. I would really appreciate it. On Flat Earth Dave's Interview 2 channel, he put an interview. He did a guy named Nachiketa. And the guy asked a lot of hard personal questions, and he talked about Eric and Jaren and interesting stuff. Oh, I think that's the Asian fellow. And I'm not trying to sound racist or nothing like that. The guy was Asian, clearly. All right. Sun Simulator NASA PDF March. What? Mr. Jones. 66 illumination system, including a virtual light source. A virtual. Yeah. Okay. So kind of like the possible James Webb Space Telescope. Right? All the info you need about Rupus Nigra, you'll find in Flatwater Flat Earth's YouTube channel. Excellent. Yes. Flatwater Flat Earth. Speaking of, if you hadn't seen already, Flatworks has he just right before I came out with tonight's production, Flatworks has dropped another Flatworks has dropped another video. So if you hadn't seen it, make sure to check it out, add it to your favorites. If you hadn't subbed to Flatworks, make sure you sub to them. Also, new to the whole YouTube ism, right, is no longer on the ball. NLOTB, Neltob, right? Nelatba, whatever, however you want to say it. No longer on the ball, new channel. Make sure to sub to him. He's another one that dropped this stuff. Man, listen, my thing is I get joy in my heart anytime these guys, whether they're new or they're old, right? Anytime these guys drop a video on the true earth and what they found or what they want to philosophize on, like I get joy in my heart. Like I enjoy seeing these guys' stuff. You know what I'm saying? Maybe not so much my stuff, but that's okay. I put out what I can and what I know. That's okay. But these guys that drop stuff, make sure to sub to them. Make sure to like to them. I enjoy watching their stuff. And so I would like for you to enjoy what I enjoy too and what I like watching. If you don't rock with them, that's okay. But at least show them some love because these guys are in our community, right? And they're doing the best that they can. Another one that dropped something is Sav. Um Sav, Sovereign Sovereign Soul, Unchained Mind, right? Sovereign Soul. He's another one that dropped on. As a matter of fact, I think he's doing a live right now, Sovereign Soul. So you know, Yeshua's daughter, she came out tonight and she shared tonight with us. Yeah, flat water. I like flat water, flat earth stuff. Let God's word be true and every man a liar, straight up. And that's all it is at the end of the day. There's the lie, and then everything else. The lie is New York, everything else is the parking lot, right? Everything else don't even matter. Or there's the truth. I apologize. There's the truth, and then everything else is useless. It doesn't matter. It was long, but worth it to kind of see where Dave is coming from. And I'm grateful to Dave because he is the reason I'm here. Yeah. Yeah. David Weiss, absolutely. When he posted the video of spamming your and Ghost chat that one night, he posted the video of spamming. Oh, yeah. Oh, wait. When he when he posted the video of spamming. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I remember that. That was pretty dope when he did that. That was pretty dope. And I was pretty happy that David Weiss did that. And I like to see more of David Weiss if he can, but I know he's got a long schedule and he's here, there, and everywhere. And he's excited, but he's also a busy man. But he's one of the people that kind of got me into the game of, it was Ghost that kind of inspired me into doing my own videos and everything. But Flat Earth David Weiss, like seeing him, I'm like, hey man, I could tell some truth too. I could come out here and I could tell it like it is. I could tell it from my perspective. I was in the Navy for all this time. I didn't waste my time. I didn't sit behind a desk. You know what I'm saying? I actually went out and I lived it. I lived the adventures. And so I have a story to tell as well. It's a true story, right? And it's an unfortunately true story because a lot of these people are of the globe. And the truth that I have to tell them it's not what they want to hear. Serpents are reptiles. Satan is a serpent. That was Flat Earth Dave's agent handler, the one who provided him with the app. Who provided him with the app? There's an image in a PDF that looks exactly like the James Webb honeycomb panels. Oh, of the NASA joint. Okay, I'm going to look into that. Mr. Jones, totally. That will have you mesmerized. I believe that. Founded Earth Brothers. Yes, I like them too. They're another group. And so we come across what the Most High has to say. And if you're not saved in Jesus Christ, brother, I don't know what I can do for you. But I know me as a biology teacher, uh, what the Lord's word is very important. That's what me and my crew is like. Let me stop. FEB, Flat Earth Brothers. They're twins, apparently. And so when they come out and they do their stuff, you know what I'm saying? Um, yeah. Yeah, man. I like Flat Earth Brothers. They're another group that I like. And David Weiss, yeah, that Asian dude, it's like he had that dude, he had his shit in order. Weiss is a Jesuit order of the ark. What? Hold on. What? Hey, Awakened Nemesis. You're interesting. You are an interesting cat. Where did you learn this? The Asian dude he had on check out how yeah, I know that Asian motherfucker. He was asking like he was throwing some hard balls at David Weiss. And I was like, I like that. I like it. I like it. And that's true. And she and Shannon, yeah, man. But when Yeah. And so yeah, Shannon. I be sitting there, I be impersonating folks. So every once in a while, like back in the Navy, I used to impersonate people so bad and so much. Dudes used to get hot. I'm telling you, I used to sit there and just mimic people. Like they'd walk into the room and then they'd say something, and then they'd walk out and then I'd get up and then I'd do their mannerism and then I'd start doing exactly what they did. And the whole place would just fall out laughing. Then the person would walk back in and be like, "What the hell's going on?" And people would just be laughing. They'd be laughing even harder when they walked in. And then a lot of people did not take kindly to me. And throughout, I did 23 years, right? My 23 years, everybody knew me for mocking people. And it's not that after a while, like if that's your only comedy routine, right? It's not funny after a while, but like that's just what one of the things I did. Like I didn't mean to just do it. It's just like it's almost like a bad habit of mine where I would sit there and I would mock and mimic, and I would mimic people to a T. Their mannerisms, I'd do their walk, any little quirk that they had, and I'd couple that with how they spoke, right? Or sometimes I wouldn't even remember the person's name when I'm referring to them. I would just do certain mannerisms and people would just fall out laughing, knowing exactly who I'm talking about. And so, because of these habits, man, it's just something I do. I do it to my parents too. So, everybody gets some. I do it to my parents too. They don't get annoyed with it like they used to when I was a kid. They think it's pretty funny, but everybody gets mimicked by me, right? Some people like it. A lot of people hate it. They hate it. That's not me. That's not what I do. That's a lie. And then everybody's like, nah, that's exactly what you do. You know what I'm saying? So it pisses some people off. Some people love it. And then they're like, hey, man, do me next. What sucks is when I can't really mimic a person. And it's almost as if a person is too normal, right? Or too normal, right? To where they really like my baseline for them when it comes to mimicking them, they're like everybody else. So like trying to mimic them, you can't really mimic them, right? But when somebody is like I'm not even I think extraordinary personality is over the top. But when somebody is themselves, just themselves, whatever you want themselves to be, whether you like it or don't like it, when they're themselves, I mimic that person. I just act exactly and I talk and I do all the quirks and all the funny stuffs that they do, right? And I'll make up situations. I'll even do things or say things that they haven't said, but in their body accent or in how they speak. You know what I'm saying? So I'm over here talking shit about how I mimic and mock people, but I need to stop. Plains cover 55% of Earth's plateaus, I like discover truth about people. I have a particular set. Oh yeah. Well, yeah, awaken nemesis. That's apparent, but you know what? That's something that needs to be discussed for sure. That is something that needs discussed. Discuss the North, indeed, and that's something that I'm going to look into for sure. For sure. Plains cover 55% of Earth's plateaus, cover 18%, and Antarctica is covered with an ice sheet. Huh. Yeah. Mr. Jones, you know what they claim? The ice sheet in Antarctica is dome shaped. You have to lie to Globe. Yes, you have to lie to Globe. And so they do this whole thing where they're like, you have to lie to Flurf. And I'm like, who's lying? Who's lying? Who's telling these lies? That's what I'd like to know. Who's making these stories? Who in the True Earth community is making these stories up? But I hate to have to call you out, Awakened Nemesis. Excuse me. I'd hate to have to call you out, but Awakened Nemesis has pointed out specific people as not telling the truth exactly. I hate to have to do that, Awakened Nemesis, but yeah, that I mean, it's like wow, like I would like to see a little bit more myself. I would do some research myself. Um, and I haven't seen it. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and be like, oh, yeah, I saw it and think I've seen something that I haven't seen. I haven't seen where these individuals that you may have claimed are lying. But I'm definitely going to look into it. Totally, we have these things because we're at a vulnerable place, right? We're just getting out of the grand lie of the globe. We're removing ourselves from that. And what we don't want to do is to fall into another pothole of lies. You know what I'm saying? Into another pit of lies. And then we're stuck, right? We get out of jail only to find out that after we get out of jail, now we're surrounded by an island with sharks in the water or something. You know what I'm saying? Does that make any sense? Um, so something like Escape from Alcatraz comes to mind, where these guys are surrounded by an island, but they still have a plan to overcome the waters, the dangerous waters of the San Francisco Bay, right? So even though we've broken away from the jail that is the ball, right? We want to continue to pursue freedom. We want to continue outside of the jail. We want to continue without getting caught and tracked down by the man and then brought back to the prison that is the globe into something else that is a lie, right? And much of what I discussed earlier, that's more lies. That's more ways to imprison us in their bullshit. Because these men that are lying, like I mentioned in my video, my latest video, 181, these men aren't going to come out and they're not going to defend the true earth. They're never going to do that. So that's how I know. That's how I know they're full of shit. They're going to go out and they're going to defend NASA and everybody that pays and defends NASA. That's how I know they're full of shit, right? They're not going to come out and say the shot was bad and it killed us. They're not going to come out and they're not going to make these evident truths. They're never going to do that, right? And because they don't do that, because they don't come out and they don't call these truths out as we know them to be truths, we can't trust them. We can't trust any of them. We can't. We can't. We can't. I'm sorry, we can't. You know the claim ice sheet, yeah? In all Dave Weiss's videos, he states he's a non-practicing J. Yet in a video posted, I believe, by Wake Souls, Weiss is talking about his stir. What? What? You know, what's funny? Uh Hold on. There was so what's funny is how Roseanne Barr just had I'm gonna find it sometime, but it's funny that you mentioned that. In all Dave Weiss's videos, he states he's a non-practicing Jew, yet in a video posted, I believe, by Wake Souls. I'm gonna look in that. By Wake Souls, he states he's a non-practicing Jew. Wake Souls, Weiss is talking about his Bamister or whatever it's called. What? Yo, and real talk, listen, I'm not here to talk bad about anybody, but here's one thing I remember. I remember this. I remember this, and maybe you guys can correct me. I remember this. But I remember when David Weiss said he took the shot. I remember him saying he took the shot. And then he's like, well, I remember him saying he took the shot. And it's not verbatim this, but he said, I'm paraphrasing, I took the shot, but that's because like I was fooled or something along those lines. To which I was like, I understand. A lot of us were fooled into it. But now he's coming out and he's saying he didn't take the shot. Did anybody, is it me? And I'm like, And there are a couple of people that are saying that, oh, yeah, I took the shot, I took the shot. Then they turn around saying, yeah, I didn't take the shot, I didn't take the shot. And I'm like, wait a minute. I remember a few months ago you were saying that you did take the shot. So what is it now? Did you take the shot? Did you not take the shot? What's going on? What am I missing? Who's telling me the truth? Truth shall set you free. What's going on, homie? The original title of the journal. Hold on. All right. The original. All right. The original title of the journal was Philosophical Transaction, giving some accounts of the pre-understanding studies and labors of the indigenous in many considerable parts of the world. The original title of the journal was Philosophical Transaction, giving some accounts of the studies and labors of the indigenous considerable. To find the shields you detect and follow the lies. You know, that's true. This is why being true and honest, no matter what, and especially in these days, is so fucking important. It is so important because once you lose credibility, especially with us, you ain't getting it back, bro. Like you ain't getting that back. Once that bridge is broken, there's no turning back. Like you're done. If you're a non-practicing J, why would you even have the coming of age J ceremony? He did it. Was cool. Ceremony. He did it. Was cool. As everyone gave him money. Holy fuck. True South said, how you doing? And just because you listen to or watch videos by someone doesn't mean you endorse them as a person. I mean, info is info, and you got to use your discernment. Exactly. Exactly, Shannon Emerson. Absolutely agree. He claims he took the shot. I don't know. He claims he did. Talking about, ha ha ha. Oh, that's a good one. Shot you talking about after he told us not to. Yeah, but no, he claims he did. He claims he did. Now, there's a branch of government that was they were they didn't have to take the shot. Meanwhile, everybody was forced underneath that mandate to take that shot. There was a branch of government, I can't remember which. I don't want to sit here and give you any false information, but there was a branch of government that didn't have to take the shot. I don't know if it was the executive, the judicial branch, right? That did not have to take the shot, right? And so Bronny James was a shooter. That's why he missed. That's a good one. Bronny James is a shooter. That's why he didn't get him. Oh, that's fucked up. Yeah, because if it was Michael Jordan, dude would have been hit. That's a good one. Bronny James is a shooter. No way anyone high up took the shot. They wouldn't be that dumb. That's true. And here's the thing: when you saw videos of Joe Biden taking a shot, it could have been water, it could have been sugar water, it could have been saline in his arm. It could have been fake as hell. Like, ain't nobody getting that thing for real. That's a lie. Ain't nobody getting that. Not them. No. No politicians. No Jays. No Asians took the shot. That's crazy if that's the truth. Post offices didn't have to take it. Well, that's not Awaken Nemesis. They're claiming that most of Israel that shot. When you're saying the Jays, they're saying a lot of Israel actually took that shot, right? Like like 90 something percent of Israel took, if not them. They're claiming that a lot of them in Israel actually took that shot. That's what the claim is. Post office didn't have to take it. Look at that. A gentleman network told me it was a group of Marines and another set. I don't remember what it was that got exempt. Wow, that's amazing. Yeah, a guy at work. Okay. Wow, and That's rare to see that. All these guys that didn't have to take it, like that's rare. Like you don't see that because everybody else they were forcing everybody into that pigeonhole. But then like I said, I remember David Weiss saying that he didn't take it. Now I'm not. My thing is this. Listen, I like him. I like the guy. I do. I'm not talking bad about him, but I specifically remember him saying that he did take it, right, and that he thought he was doing the right thing, and then now he's turning around and he's just saying that he didn't. Hey, Ghost, what's good, brother? Man, hold on. Ghost, man, you know what? Thank you for reminding me. Thank you for reminding me, bro. It's good to see you, everybody. The Ghost of Judah tribe. The man, the legend. What's good, brother? It's good to see you, man. Hey, I just dropped that thing in there, baby. You know what it is. You know what it is, man. It wasn't NASA. The Ghost is here, y'all. The Ghost of Judah tribe is here, everybody. The Ghost of Judah tribe stopping by. HCH gematria for Trump is crazy. All numbers point to him being press predictive programming. Wow. See, I'm gonna have to hear about that. I'm gonna have to be here about that. Ghost, man, we put it in there, so you know what it is, man. You know what to do next. Oh, thanks for being here. See you next time. Hey, Grandma used to say, Erica, you have a good night. And like I said, I'm praying for you. I am praying for you. And everybody, we need to pray for our sister. We need to pray for her for a speedy recovery. Make sure she's back and she's here every week to enjoy Truer Tuesday with us all and Flat Earth Friday with the Ghost. You know what I'm saying? And with us all. So shoot. I thought I'd seen a ghost. We have seen a ghost. It's the Ghost of Judah tribe, everybody. No way anyone high up took the shot. They wouldn't be that dumb. Oh yeah, nah. Yeah, that no politicians, no Jays, no Asians. Yeah. Yep. Yep. I totally agree. The ghost already dropped that in there, homie. You know what it is, man. I'm gonna drop it again just in case you missed it. I'm gonna drop it again just in case you missed it. So, I tell you, man, it's not that's not an easy thing when you're sitting here telling the truth, man. It's a dangerous place sitting here telling the truth as you see it. It's it is what it is. Nobody wants to hear it. Everybody calls you stupid and everything else that comes along with it. But it's the truth. Like you could get hemmed up, you could get fired for it. But what can you do? It's the truth. What can you do? It's the truth, man, and nobody likes to hear it. Nobody wants to hear it. Nobody wants to hear that shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Distraction makes me wonder what they're really up to exactly because everybody's honed in and focused in on Trump. That dude went to a UFC match that night or the next day or something like that. He went to go see a fight, a UFC fight. He went to go see a UFC fight. And it's the same people that believe in his bullshit. They want us looking in that direction. That's not the direction that the truth is in. And you want to know what sucks? You want to know what sucks? A lot of these UFC people are true earthers, but they don't see the forest for the trees. And it's a shame that they fall for that motherfucker. It's a shame. And when you call, and this is the division that I'm talking about, because you don't believe in number 45, Donald Trump, being the savior of the world, like there's something wrong with you. You're a liberal or you're whatever. And it's like, no, no, brother, I believe the same stuff you believe in. We believe that these guys are liars. Remember, he's one of them. He's one of those liars. He's no better. Now, this is the difference between a lot of these UFC fighters and everybody else. Many of them have come to accept the true earth, right? But a lot of their minds are still poisoned and they still believe the narrative. They still believe the bullshit. And a lot of this division, a lot of that is going to come from them. right? Skynet simply. Let's see. They want us looking in that direction. Yeah. Check if your phone is currently hooked up to Skynet. You type everybody, the ghost. What's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, brother?
It's good to
What's
see
up,
you,
brother?
man.
Good to see you as well, brother.
It's
Glad
good.
you on here. Glad I can get to it, man. Kind of late tonight, but I got to you like I promised, okay?
Brother. Hey, man. I was waiting up for you, man. I'm glad you got on here, though.
Well, I'm
I'm glad you
glad,
got on
man. I missed a lot of stuff that you've been talking. I know you've been probably talking really good stuff tonight. So, what are we talking about right now?
here. Well, right now we're discussing how, because we started off with all the lies that we've heard throughout over the last like 85 years,
Uh-huh.
all the lies that we
Sure.
know about, right?
Right.
And then it brought us to the present and what you discussed the other day on Sunday with
Mm-hmm.
45 getting shot because he got shot because his ear, it is what it is. And so
Yeah.
I'm like, yo, don't be deceived. They lied to us then, they're lying to us now. The only
Yeah.
difference is that this is so fresh that
Mm-hmm.
they compound lie on top of lie. You don't have time to recover from the last lie. So they just throw another one in your face to where now you have to contend with the current lie that's in your lap. It's like a fresh pile of hot shit.
Yeah.
And then now
Why
you
can it?
have to try and figure that out. Meanwhile, you don't have time because there's a mountain of other lies that you have to sift through.
Yeah. Man, why can't it? Why could it? You know, why couldn't the guy just be random? Why the shooter had to be in a BlackRock commercial? Why do
And
you
you
have to be in a BlackRock commercial? Like he just can be a random guy. Kids picked on him at school, but no, he's in a BlackRock. And if anybody know anything about BlackRock, they pretty much control the stock market and Wall Street and hedge funds and stuff like that. They pretty much control the financial sector on the stock market. So why is this guy in their commercials? All of a sudden he's just a sacrifice. Why is the lady that the firefighter's husband, who protected her and the kids, why is she not taking Biden's phone call, but Trump won't even call her? Right? Trump didn't even call her. Trump didn't even call it. Biden tried to call and offer his condolences. She didn't want to take it. So Trump never called. You know what Trump was doing? He was playing golf. Get whatever bandage or whatever stitch he's got put in his head, playing golf and trying to pick out his vice president candidate, whatever. He didn't give a shit about that lady. He didn't give a damn about that lady, man. She's so stupid, and everything is just everything. Like I said, man, people. There's the five conglomerates of the media. They're the ones
Mhm.
that give you the information right now, So that's why I'm taking a step back, looking at everything, because people just like take what they say. They say they don't trust the media, but as soon as something comes out, they're listening to the media and see what the media says. I'm
Exactly.
looking at the projectiles of the bullets. I think you mentioned the other day. He was on top of a roof, and a projectile in that picture the thing was going straight across like this. Would
Yeah.
have been angled down and stuff. Like, man, I'll look at everything, man. I'm even gonna look at the guy that, like I said, the father who protected his kid. I'm even gonna look into him. This could be just like the Challenger, and like 10 years later, you find them all alive. You know what I'm saying? Are they crisis actors? What the hell's going on? Are they crisis actors? Is this like a predictive programming thing? Is this so I'll look into everything, man. I just don't take it for what it is, because he could have took one of those like they do in WWE, those little blood packs,
The
pop
blood.
pop it on his ear. Yep. Popped
Exactly.
on his ear,
Ketchup.
boom. Yep.
Ketchup on his ears.
Yep.
That's exactly what it could have been. And you want to
Absolutely.
know something? You want
Hey, you there, man? Can y'all hear Vladimir? Can y'all hear Vladimir?
yeah.
Oh, there you go.
That's me.
Okay.
Of course, that's me with my janky internet sometimes. But
Yeah.
no, that's a real good point because people think, oh no, that wouldn't happen. And I'm
Yeah.
like I'm looking at all these other YouTube channels. I'm like, yo, I could see if everybody thought it was a lie, but their
Yeah.
versions, their reasons as to why it was all a lie. I could see that. But
Right.
all these YouTube channels that claim that they don't believe the government's BS,
Yeah.
but they believe his BS.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Yeah.
he's part of it. Like he's a liar too.
Well, I'm telling you, man, this whole religion, this political shit divides you, and you just don't see through it. I guarantee you, man.
Yes.
At the end of the day, him Biden. I know him and Hillary are buddy buddy, so they're
Hmm.
buddy buddy. They plan on ways to keep them up, keep the elitists on top, and
Yeah.
find ways to keep you on the bottom. And they're going to find ways to, be the rulers. And while you like, yeah, let these stupid idiots, yeah, we just give them stuff, man.
Yep.
Let them feel like they belong with something. But at the end of the day, you better realize, man. I told you this in my video, man. He's gonna do some things, but it's a case where he's gonna be Caesar and he's gonna wipe his hands, because it's gonna be like, yeah, I didn't have anything to do with what's about to happen. So he's gonna wipe his hands
Mhm.
clean when he promised you something, and then something else turns out. All because you just want to be. It's like United States is so crazy, man. This two party system. Everybody want to be Republican, Democrat, liberal, or conservative, or whatever. Hey, goddamn! Don't you know you do have other options to vote for people, right?
Yes.
You do have
Yes.
other options, you
Or
know.
or here's the thing. What you could do is say, guess what we're not doing? Nobody's getting a vote until this shit right here is settled. So all these
Hmm.
processes that you have in place, we're putting a
Yeah.
hold, we're putting them on ice until you figure this
Hmm.
nonsense out over here.
Yeah.
And that's what people need to do en masse. Like, no, 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 no. We had two buildings. We had three buildings come down in New York City,
Hmm.
and then we
Yeah.
had one get a big ass hole blown in it, and we don't have
Yeah.
any video footage. We need
Yeah.
answers before this election is done, or whatever is going on is done.
Hmm.
We
Yeah.
need the answers.
Yeah.
No, 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 no. We're not. No, there's no election that's happening until we get the right answers, and we want the truth. Because if
That's
we don't
right.
like your answers, you're gonna stay here, kind of like when you was a kid trying to finish. You didn't want to finish up your vegetables, and your
Yeah.
parents was like, "Well, we gonna be here all night. That or you gonna
Hmm.
get your ass whooped because I got work tomorrow.
Yeah.
We gonna be here all night."
Hmm.
And we don't stand. The thing is we don't stand on business.
Right.
And so these dudes continue to do that bullshit. And the thing is they keep getting caught in these lies time and time again. Like this whole BlackRock thing that you're talking about. I didn't
Hmm.
know about that. I didn't know
Yeah.
about that.
Yeah.
So he's in BlackRock. Who's going to address it? If it's not us, who's going to address it?
Yeah.
Which one of those mainstream motherfuckers are going to address it? None of them. Which one of those politicians is going to address it?
Yeah.
And you
It's
see what I
crazy,
mean?
bro.
If they
Yeah.
don't address it and it's up to us, then it's at the same time, it needs to be said that it's up to us to tell them, listen, you guys aren't going to handle business. We're going to fucking handle business.
Yeah.
Because this is what I see. I see this. Something's going to happen to that Second Amendment. And whether people want to say, oh, they're not going to mess with our guns. Listen, they've been
Hmm.
encroaching on our guns for years. Just look at New York City. Look at
Yeah.
Chicago.
Yeah.
The two states that can't defend themselves from these fucking immigrants. The two states that can't, New York and Chicago. I guess to some degree you could say LA even. They can't defend themselves from these immigrants. And there's a
Mhm.
reason why they're doing that. And there's a reason why they allowed Trump to supposedly get shot, get shot at, whatever, right? There's a reason why they
Mhm.
supposedly allowed for that to happen. So now they can infringe upon that. That's not saying that's the ultimate and the only thing. That's another one of the things. They can
Mhm.
infringe upon people's what we think is a Second Amendment right,
Yeah.
right?
I'm
And
telling you.
they infringe upon that. They take that right away from you, and they put more laws on you. And then you want to know something? It exposes us like a bunch of fucking scabs, open sores
Yep.
to
I'm telling
what's to
you.
come.
And he's already said it. I mean, it starts with, okay, he's saying our inner cities are out of control, Chicago, Baltimore, whatever. So it starts with him saying, he's telling you right to your face, I'm going to send the National Guard into these cities. I'm going to send a National
Mhm.
Guard into these cities. all these crazy liberal cities that he said. And what's going to happen? They might start confiscating your guns, because if you send a National Guard in there, man, it's warring your citizens just about. That's what it is warring your citizens. So to control they ass, man, keep your ass in the house. We'll give you a curfew, and you better, and you know, and it's crazy. In the city limits of Chicago, you can't even buy guns. It's crazy, and just it's crazy as hell. You can't even buy guns actually in the city limits of Chicago. But he's going to bring the National Guard into these places, and that's just like testing the waters right there. That's testing the waters. On Friday, man, you're going to see this crazy gematria I have about this guy. I don't know if you read the little thing called The Last President about this guy. It's called The Last President, man. The gematria on this guy is insane, bro. It's insane. You want watch the content that I bring up, man. It is insane. His gematria lines up with everything. 911, 119, everything. Donald Trump, everything. And these people are playing with us, man. These people are playing with us. They playing with us with their gematria, the numerology, the Illuminati cards, and everything. They're playing with us. Yeah.
The Simpsons. And you want to know something? You want to know something, Ghost? Listen, that's exactly what it is. I'm like, they're playing with us, and we're allowing for the bullshit and they just keep doing that. And you want something? These UFC fighters aren't helping. And the reason I'm saying that is because these UFC fighters are supposed to be like men's men. You know what I'm saying? They're of course they're macho, they're strong, they fight, and they're real about it, right? They're real with those hands. It's not boxing, it's taking it to a totally different level, right? These guys are quote unquote raw. And so with that raw entertainment comes a raw spirit, to where they tell you what they think and they don't hold back for the most part. And you gotta respect it. You respect it. You like, hey man, he's standing on his business. So now you couple that, you mix that with enough lies. And what I mean by enough lies is the Donald Trump thing. The Donald Trump, whether it's Trump, Joe Biden, it doesn't matter. They're liars regardless. So you mix their train of thought with actual lies. You mix, hey, a lot of these UFC fighters are what? They're true earthers, they're flat earthers, right? So you mix enough of that with what Trump is doing, we're never going to get out of this bullshit cycle that we're in. And so these dudes are going to come in, sneak in, they're going to feed these UFC fighters some bullshit about taking guns and doing this and doing that. Then you're going to have Rampage Jackson on a campaign for, hey, my name is, Quentin Rampage Jackson, and I need you to stop the violence and take your guns away. Some bullshit. I don't know what it is, but it's going to be something along those lines. They're going to use these dudes that you once believed were raw and the real deal, and they're going to use them against us. I promise you it.
I 100% agree, and be like, and all I'm going to say is, when it happens, I'm be like, hey, I told you so. You guys are so far up Trump's ass, you couldn't even see it. You couldn't even see it coming. You didn't even see it coming, man. You have to people just have to look at things in a different perspective, man. Just stop being so emotional toward this guy, man. He just plays off your feelings. He didn't give a shit about nobody. He never called anybody that got killed. Didn't call their families or anything. He only cared about himself, how he looked up there, pumping his fist. Oh, look, that's badass. Look, like he's so badass. Man. He don't care about any of that, man. He does not care. And he has a plan, because he didn't do it in his first term. But he got a taste of the presidency the first time. Second term, man, I think he's gonna light it up, man. I think he's gonna do a lot of shit. So
he's gonna do the stuff that we don't want him to do. He's going to do that Agenda 25, whatever, Project 25, Agenda 47, whatever 47. The fuck it is. Yeah. He's going to do all that shit.
Yeah.
Right. And so my thing is this. He could try to do it, but it's up to us to tell all of them, you're done. Like, yo, stop. You guys are done. Like, I don't know what the fuck y'all trying to do. Like, y'all done. We said you done. But the thing is, we can't do that because we're so divided.
Yep.
And this is why a lot of times I come back and I say, hey, globe people, Y'all need to pull your heads out of your ass. Stop fucking with us. Join us on the true earth. See what this place is. Once you do, a lot of the bullshit that's in front of you
Yeah.
that continues to slow us all down.
Uh-huh.
All that bullshit can
Yeah.
stop. But here's the thing. Again, it comes back to what I said before, the ego, right? And of course, earlier I was talking about, and it all connects with the Trump thing. I was talking about how Jaron and all them,
Mm-hmm.
they're going back and forth. Jaron is going at fucking Flat Earth Banjo saying he said this about me, he did that, and he's talking shit about him. Jaron is talking about Eric, right? Saying he called
Yeah.
him a shit. Eric Dubé saying, hell, and you know, when you Jaren from
Uh-oh.
Jarenism as a flat earth shill, he da 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 da. And then Jaren saying, oh, you know, fuck him. He's a fucking lady boy. No, if you think da 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 da. And then I'm
Uh-oh.
like, man, I'm sitting over there. I'm like, all this infighting is not making anything good. So
It
they're
ain't.
further dividing us. And
Mm-hmm.
what they need to do is show the rest of everybody else that we can handle our business like
Yep.
grown fucking men,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And quell bullshit. Either we agree, but we're on one fucking page and we're moving forward with it, whether we agree or disagree.
Yep.
Eric Dubé,
Yep.
Jared. And why is that important? Because they have two of the biggest channels in
Mm-hmm.
flat earth, period.
No
Eric
question.
Dubé
No
and
question.
Jared, right?
No question.
But here's the thing is then the opposition, Trump being part of the opposition, they could just come on in and then they could break what we have apart. They could just fragment it all together. And this
Mm-hmm.
is what I'm saying is that if these guys were about their bullshit, if these guys were about it, they would see that it doesn't matter how how much this one is a shill or how much this one you think is a shill. These
Yeah.
people are coming for people that think like us. They're coming for
Uh-huh.
us. They're
Yeah.
trying to come for us. And they're trying to
People
come
don't
for those
realize.
low people. They're
Mm-hmm.
coming for those
People don't
low people
realize.
too. It doesn't
They don't
matter.
realize how divided this nation is. They don't realize how divided this. Have you seen some of the interviews that like people go on, Vladimir, like reporters ask people, like I can't believe it. You know, you may not like Trump, you may not like Biden, but the desensitization of people about life. I've seen somebody ask Trump like, "Oh, damn, they didn't kill him. They didn't hit him. He missed." Have you
Oh,
seen some of that shit?
yes,
That shit
yes.
is crazy. Oh, he missed. God, he only had one job to do. Like
It's
what
like
the fuck?
it's like
It's
it's like
shit
you making
crazy, huh?
he's a bitch ass motherfucker with a wife, with a bitch ass motherfucker with kids. Both of
Who?
them. I don't both Donald Trump
Oh, yeah,
and Joe Biden. I
Biden.
don't like
Yeah,
either of them motherfuckers, but they
yeah.
still got a wife. They still got kids. That much is true. Leave them the fuck alone, right? If I don't
That
believe in
shit.
them, if I don't like them, if I think they're ugly, whatever, it doesn't matter. They got a
Yeah,
wife, they got kids, they
right.
have family. Leave them alone.
I truly have seen like some of the left and somehow some of the right. It is like really a separation, a real divide. Like people really hate his guts that much. Some of them really wanted his ass dead. You know, it was telling the guy, "Hey, you know, you only have one job to do. You didn't." And then I heard somebody say, "Oh well, if they didn't get him right now. They'll get him next time."
Oh, see?
I was like, "What? This man?" I was like, "This is United States of America, and they talking like this, man. This shit
It's
crazy."
ridiculous. And I'll tell you what, man, like I saw the setup, and even on your show, as soon as you dropped it, I said, but they didn't
Right
have
here.
any drones. I sat there and I was like, they didn't have any drones. I was like, they have drones for everything. I was like, 4th of July is on. They have
Yeah,
drones. I was like, they
yeah,
didn't have any drones set up. I said,
hmm
this whole thing just doesn't make any sense. And I
yeah.
was like, and we didn't know what caliber rifle he shot. Apparently, he shot 5.56, right? So he was shooting an AR-15.
hmm
That's a pretty capable rifle. Number one. Number two, within 200 yards, that's an easy shot.
Should have been.
Within 200 yards, that is an easy shot. This coming from a sailor. I am not a Marine, right?
hmm
And I am not a Army. I'm not a soldier, right? But I'm a sailor. I could shoot still. I'm pretty fucking capable, right?
Yeah.
that is a shot that can be made. And this isn't a quarter. This is a head, right? Or this is a body and a silhouette. You could have gotten something like that. So you got
Right.
his ear. And so I'm like, it with the 5.56, I'm like, you know, I'm like this. I was like, this don't work. It doesn't
Yeah.
work
Right.
because you also have to remember the 85 plus years. And the reason I say 85 years is because it's within our lifespans. And when I say our lifespans, I'm talking about the people that are currently alive and still functioning up here. They could
Mm-hmm.
still remember the other lies that
Yeah.
we're not even mentioning.
Yep.
Right? 1933, the first Jew that took over of the did you know that was the first Jew? 1933, that was the first Jew that took over the IM the not the IMF. What was Alan Greenspan? The Federal Reserve.
Federal Reserve. Yeah.
Yeah, 1933. That was the first one. Since then, we've had like 5 or 6. Did you know that? Our
Mm.
last 3? Yeah. Oh yeah. Or no,
Mm.
our last 2 out of 3. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Look at it. Look at
Li-
it. Yes, sir.
Live
Yes, sir.
music. Live
And
music. Yeah.
look at what happened in 1933 is when we got off of the gold standard. Was
How
when
about that?
we began to get off the gold standard. It was England first, and then it was us to follow. So I mean, you have all of these lies from then, and that was more than 85 years. That was 90 years, 91
Yeah.
years, right? Of lies to now. So what makes you think they're going to tell you that they're going to start telling you they're now
They're
going to start
not.
telling you?
They're not gonna tell you. They're not gonna tell you. And then people, but they don't have to tell you because people so far up their ass, they don't have to do shit. They don't have to do much, Vladimir. Because people so far up their ass, man, they don't have to do a lot. They don't have to do very much, man. These people can lie right to your face, and people think that this guy's God. Some of them think that like
Mhm.
he can do no wrong. It's crazy. And yes, live music. The world it is a theater, man. And Trump has always been an actor. He's always been a good. He had his own reality show. He's always been an actor, man. There's nothing new for him. Nothing new for him.
Yep.
Trump's ear
And
injury was already in place, covered and hidden by makeup. He only had to rub his. Yeah,
yeah, these
live music.
dudes, yeah, these dudes
I'm
are
glad.
just they're just off the chain. Go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
No, that's okay. I'm just want to tell people like live music. Thanks for coming to your channel, man.
Oh
Barbara,
man, bruh,
thanks for inviting all you guys in the chat, man. Thanks for coming to Vladimir and supporting Vladimir. Get the
I
word out about
appreciate
his
y'all.
channel, man. That's a man. You got a lot of people in your chat talking, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's Jehovah's daughter, Barbara. Man, that's a lot of people in your chat, bro. That's good. But
Hmm.
man,
And
what?
at least
Yeah.
Jehovah's daughter Barbara, she's like seeing what an AR could do to prairie gophers. There's no way it was from an AR, and that's why Ghost. I was like, if it was from a 22,
Mm-hmm.
maybe, because the size of that caliber, you should see it. It's like the size of it's smaller than a pea. The
Mm-hmm.
actual 22, it's smaller than an actual pea. You know what I'm
Mm.
saying? But then
Yeah.
you start increasing the round size, right? And the power, the amount of gunpowder behind a freaking a 5.56, it's remarkably different.
Mm.
It's remarkably different. And
Mm.
the amount of distance a 5.56 can travel, that's not a 22. It's ridiculous. That's
Yeah.
why that's the rifle that's on the market for NATO. It's a NATO round, right?
Mm.
And this
Yeah.
is what our military uses standard wise, along with Israel's military standard wise, right?
Man.
These guys it's such a capable and it's such a tried and true round. That's why I'm like that's why I kept going to maybe it's a 22, and I kept saying a 22 because it's such a small round that if it nicked
Mm-hmm.
his ear, I get it. But like Jehovah's daughter just said over here, what it does to gophers, what it would, you think that's all it would do to his ear? It would
Yeah.
do a little bit more damage than
Yeah.
just that being within such close proximity to his face.
Yeah.
And I swear to God, man, it's just frustrating, these lies, and then we just feed into more poison.
Man, hold on. There's a video of the Secret Service agent holding something. Look, man, like I said, make sure that you guys look at all the videos by the media, by the people holding their phones or whatever. And just think about it. It was a Donald Trump rally. You know, people there got the Second Amendment. You know, they got their guns, and everybody's going to allow this guy to army crawl up on a roof and sit
Oh
there
my
for
God.
seconds and shoot. Come on, man. Come on. Think about it, guys. Think about it. You know, think about it. Just really, really think about that. You know, the whole picture, him pumping his good, just really think about just really think about everything, you know, just don't take it for what it is. And Vladimir's told you how much they've been lying to us, how the hell they faked the whole 2 twin tower buildings being torn down. We think it's airplanes. They did it with the moon. Said we went to the
Yep.
moon. They've been doing it. They've been doing it, and we just accept it. You just accept it, and you never. And that's why I love people like Vladimir, love people like me, because you just get tired of bullshit. You get tired of shafted. You get tired of being shafted, man. You actually have to just really think, and you don't have to be the type to be like, just every time, like, oh yeah, maybe nah, but just have to think sometime, like, yeah, maybe they are shafting us, man. Maybe they do want to
Yep.
control us. So that's how you got to be vigilant, man. You got to be vigilant on things like this. Things
Yep.
like this pop up, man. You got to think about that.
That's right.
You know?
And what's
Yeah.
unfortunate, Ghost man, is that let's entertain something different. Let's play devil's advocate for a little bit. Say
Mm-hmm.
that was the truth. Let's just say it was the truth.
Sure.
You want to know something? You have an element already that's exact. You see that right there? We see what nano CBD says right there. MSM
MSM.
is fake news. So you know what we're going to say to all that? It's a bullshit. It's a lie. Because now you have a lot more people saying what just went down. Say, like I said, say it was all those mistakes that they said. Say it
Mm-hmm.
was, oh, we fucked up. The dude tried to do this, and it was just by a stroke of luck. And I mentioned that word, divine providence. And by divine providence, it was God's plan for that thing to nick his ear just like that, and for Trump to barely make it alive, and for them to nail that dude from a distance. Let's
Mm.
say that was all the truth. Well, it's too fucking
Sure.
late,
Sure.
because you've lied. You've made so much pee and so much doo-doo in your bed that we're not sleeping in the bed no more. We're not doing that no more. Like,
Mm-hmm.
and you could be telling the truth. You could be like, yo, this time. All right. Okay.
Yep. Yep. Once you get jaded, you get jaded. 'Cause I
You
think that's
done.
yep. That's the point the point where some of us at. Once we jaded, once you keep lying to us, we jaded. You keep crying, you keep doing that wolf shit,
Yeah.
crying wolf. That's all it is, man. He's like, nope, we ain't gonna believe it, man. I am gonna
No.
look at
Yeah.
your shit. You might even be telling the truth, but no, you got me too many fucking times. You got me too many
Yeah.
goddamn times, man. It's not gonna
Bro.
happen.
Bro,
Nope.
and what's crazy is we're starting to go back in the past, right? And we're uncovering the Challenger now. Now we're uncovering that, bruh. The Challenger happened over 40, like almost 40 years ago.
Wow.
And now we're uncovering that. And we're
Yeah.
like, oh, what's this?
Yeah.
How is this a lie?
Them
You
people
mean
been
that
living their
thing that,
lives.
dude, it's like, yo, you mean you lied about that too?
Yeah, and
Yo,
got
you
away with
can't,
it.
dude.
And and the thing that's give Vladimir, they put it right in our face.
Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah,
God.
we did it. Oh yeah, they still alive. Look, they're everywhere. They're
There
still
they
alive.
go. There they
There they
go.
go.
And listen, listen. You had that dude come up. You had that dude I think it was Jarvis or whatever his name was. They were like, "Hey, are you the?" He didn't even let the dude finish. When he went to his driveway in Wisconsin, he was like, "Hey, aren't you the dude?" He's like, "Wasn't me. It's not me. It ain't me. Wasn't me. Nope, it ain't
Yeah.
me." I said, "Bro."
Wow.
He said, "I called
Wow.
the feds and I told them it ain't me. No, don't even
Wow.
bring that smoke over here." And I'm
Mm.
like, "Bruh, let him finish. Let him finish his thought." But that's exactly what it is, man. Like, yo, I'm like, listen, I wish more people not would listen to me, but would listen to people like us and just, yo, Like, yo,
Yeah.
you need to quiet that noise and realize they lied about
Mhm.
everything. They're lying
Yeah.
about this. This is another, it's just add it to the next list of lies, yo.
Yep.
It's another list of lies. And so the reason, the only thing you can do, because they're not going to listen to us individually. The one thing we can do to make them listen, we need to stop watching their shit. So what's something that they know American people love? What's something that they know, especially us as UFC fighters love? We love the UFC fights. Let's
Mhm.
stop watching the UFC fights and let's start showing these UFC people we're not watching your shit because you're in cahoots with an obvious liar. Whether
Mm.
you're up the Joe Biden camp, the Donald Trump camp, the Jill Stein camp, the Ben Stein camp, I don't care. The Frankenstein camp, it
Mhm.
don't fucking matter. They all fucking liars. And you're gonna be in fucking cahoots with those dudes. Guess what we don't do? We don't support you. We don't support your drinks. We don't support your fucking if you selling a wig, I don't give a goddamn. You know what I'm saying? I don't care
Yep.
what it is you're doing. I am not gonna support it. You know what I'm saying? So
That sounds
because
good.
I'm not going to support it, these people are going to listen because if they know that's another form of them making money and taking your own sweat equity from you, in
Mhm.
that way, they'll be like, hey, they're saying something and we
Yep.
need to listen. Either we need to listen so we can make changes for them to feel better, or we need to make changes for us to get out of this bullshit so we could further fool them. But once they start seeing that, they'll listen. They'll begin to listen. That's how we know we have their attention. But in the meantime, it's not going to work. Hold on. Who we got over here? What's going on? Who's this?
Rose, man, truth.
That's Rose.
What's going on, man?
I heard you mention Trump, so I came running by. You see that
Yeah,
bullshit
man.
about allegedly being picked in the air?
The who?
Trump being shot in the air.
Oh, well. Yeah, well, of course that's what we talking about.
Yeah, that bullshit, bro. Allegedly, a 20-year-old shot him in the air within like 200 yards away. I thought it maybe got shot with a 308, but I'm like, now they're saying it's a pistol. I'm like,
A pistol.
yeah. Now they're
Wow.
saying it's an AR. All the rumors are flying and like how the Secret Service allowed it. And I'm like,
Yeah.
I think it's all just a setup.
Secret Service agents.
Yeah, man. I think it's
Mhm.
cryptic Rick what's happening, bro. And it's a pleasure
Trump
to
is
have
going to
you.
win,
Never
and
seen.
he was already picked to win, just like Biden was
Yeah.
picked to win before that. There's no need to
Yep.
cast a vote. It's all scripted, rigged.
Bruh. Look, Vladimir, catch me on Friday, man. When I'll go over to the gematria on this shit, Brand. You're gonna flip out.
I'm gonna check that out, bro.
You're gonna flip out on the shit about Trump. You're gonna flip out, bro. It's crazy. He is gonna be the president, and it's already the script is
Oh
already
my
in, bro.
god, yo.
Script is
Oh
already
my
in.
god. All
Yep.
these people, man, like, bro, I don't like it's. I'm not. You want to know something? It's one of those things to where no matter what it is you do to call
Mhm.
these people out, people are going to be so silly and they're just going to support this nonsense
Yep.
over and over
Yep.
and over. And
Yep.
it's like, yo, we don't like we keep fucking ourselves. Like, yo, dude, y'all just saw they lied to us again. Like, what do you think do you think they're just gonna stop? You think they're
No.
just gonna stop with the next story?
Nope.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, dude, they don't stop. They're going, the next story they come up with, the next war they come up with, that's going to be a bunch of lies too.
Mm. Oh yeah.
That's going to be another series
Oh
of
yeah.
lies.
No question. No question. No
That's what it
question,
is.
bro.
It's like none of this is real. What? Wait.
It's real to them
When- yeah,
because
when
they're making
people
the
are getting
rules.
killed, when people are getting killed, that's real. When people
I'll
are
tell you
losing
what
their
I believe.
lives in another country because they don't give a fuck about them, now that's real. When they poison your water for their own agenda, that's real. When they keep you from growing your own food because they done bought up all. Now here's another thing. Bill Gates done bought up all this land.
Yep.
And you see people like Bright Insight, Jimmy Corsetti, right? Jim Corsetti's out here from Bright Insight. You may have seen him on the Twins podcast. The two dudes,
Yeah,
it's
Hodge
gonna be a
twins.
good show. It's gonna be a
Yeah.
good show today.
Yeah.
Right? You see them on shows like that. The reason a lot of these elites and people like that are buying up all this land is because they know once it's purchased from them, we can't go in there and we can't start digging it up to find out what the fuck it is we're standing on. So you mean to tell me all these people are going to block off all this shit? They're going to block off all this shit, and then one day they're just going to be like, all right, now we're telling you the truth. No, there's a reason why they're playing this fucking game, man. There's a reason why every single time they come out with news, every single time they come out with some nonsense of theirs, it's a fucking lie. It's all a lie. All of it's a lie.
Yeah.
And they're not helping any. My thing is who are they helping? Who are they helping? Who are they looking to help? Because here's the thing. This is what I see from my small perspective and my small, narrow mind, right? I see people in Congo dying. That's what I see, right? And it's the same people making money. Now, if people were losing money because of it, I would get it. But it's the same people making money. You have people in Gaza dying, and it's the same people making money. Now, if those people, or if it was an imbalance and they were losing money, then I'd be like, okay, I get that. The same people making money. You have people in Flint, Michigan with the water crisis, right? They're both broke. And here's the thing. If it was just black people, I'd be like, nah, that's fucked up. But it's broke black people. It's broke white people, both of which are getting shitty fucking dirty fucking water.
Yeah.
Now, if there was something to where people were losing money, it's the same people. If the same people that we saw that were gaining money is losing money, then I'd say, you know what? Okay, I get it. Maybe there's something. No, bruh, it's the same wherever you fucking turn and you see evil, they're there making money. They're there feeding their families. They're there finding another way to fucking just get a fucking come up. They're there every fucking time. They're there every fucking time. Don't you like? Doesn't anybody fucking see that? And this is why I say people in the UFC, they need to be called out too.
Yeah,
it's like, yo, we're not watching your shit if you support that motherfucker because he made another fucking dime off of that shit that's happening right there. He made another fucking dime.
Yes,
you just want to, and just like they want to support Israel, they want to support him. Why? This shit right here. He got that skin. He got the complexion for their protection. And I'm sorry to have to call that, but at the end of the day, that's what it boils down to. And I think even black people need to be like, yo, you can't side with him or you can't side against him just because he's Donald Trump. That's stupid. Both of those motherfuckers, it doesn't matter what color they are. They're both trash. They're both no good for anybody. Whether you're black, whether you're white, the thing is, you're broke. The thing is, you're poor, black man. Black man, you're poor. White man, you're poor. Puerto Rican man, you're poor. Chinese man, maybe you're not broke. Jewish man, maybe you're not broke. But everybody else in this motherfucker that's been here and been trying to hold it down and been trying to raise their family and been trying to feed them and been trying to water them.
Yeah.
We're all broke out here. That's what it is.
By the way, you just got a new sub.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you just got a new sub, bro. So
yeah,
man, beautiful, bro. But I gotta get ready. I gotta get up in the morning. I just want to make my promise to you tonight because I know I haven't been on. I know I haven't been on, but I wanted to make my promise to you tonight. Good ass show, bro. Good ass show. And you know what? We just gonna keep letting the shit go, and we gonna, and people gonna start opening up. Hopefully, people will start opening up their goddamn eyes, man, and seeing what the hell is going on. That's what I really pray and hope for, that people really see what the hell is going on, and really like question. It's okay to question things. Who cares if somebody look at you weird and think you have because you have a different opinion? It's okay, but just start looking at it in a different perspective, man. Don't already be engulfed in the lies of someone already. Have a difference of opinion. Look at it from a different perspective. All right.
And it's
All
okay,
right.
man. We here to learn from each other at the end of the day.
Yep.
We're here to get better at the end of the day. We're here to live better. Really, it's all about life, everybody. It's all about
Yep.
living well, living properly, living according to the rules and statutes of the Most High, right? There's something called a universal maxim. You shall not lie. You shall not cheat. You shall not steal, right? These are universal. These are all
Oh
universal.
shit.
What's up?
He just mentioned something. Awakened Nemesis.
Awakened Nemesis been
Have you actually looked at a stack of Illuminati cards? You know they've been out for a while, right? Look
Wait,
at the
what'd you
one
say?
that says look at the one that says enough is enough. The Illuminati card that says enough is enough. I did not notice that, bro.
I didn't notice that either.
Look at it. Hold on, bro.
Yo.
I'll show you. I'll show you right here. Holy shit.
Right.
His face
take a look.
is on it.
What? Who?
His face is on this card. Hold on.
Whose
The enough.
face?
Oh shit, I can't. Where is it at? Hold on. Let me get off of here. Trump's face. Type in Google. Type in Trump's face on Illuminati card. And his face is on that enough is enough cards.
Whoa.
Wow. Good night, Ida Hill.
Oh snap!
Yeah. Look
Ida, you
at
go-
that. You see it? You see it?
Wow.
Hey, listen.
Oh
Listen.
snap! I'm about to show that.
On
Yeah, I gotta
Friday,
see that.
hey, on Friday, I'm gonna have the whole thing with that and the gematria, bro. It's crazy, and I didn't even know that about that one. Barbara knew that.
Let me. Oh snap!
Awakened Nemesis knew it.
Oh shit!
That's him. You know how long these cards been out?
Since '95 or something,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, or a little later than that. That's his face on there, bro. That's his face. That's crazy, right? That's crazy. Look, man, I'm going to bed, bro. I gotta get up in the morning, man. They playing with us, bro. They playing little games with us, bro. They playing with us, man. That's fucked up.
Absolutely.
All right, love you guys.
Take care, man.
See you later, Vladimir. Bye, Stephen Rose.
All right, take care, man.
Uploads and
That
Man,
shit is
my
crazy,
bad.
isn't it?
I don't want to upload.
Oh
anything.
my god!
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah, that is
crazy, right?
crazy.
Leaving. Wait a minute. I want to just get out. How do I just get out? Leave studio. Yeah, leave studio.
Montreal. Oh man,
Hey,
Ghost,
Vlad.
you gone? Ghost is gone. What's going on, family?
No, I just appreciate you for bringing me on. I know it just sounds like I'm just on here just panel hopping, but I actually did come on here to share my opinion on what's I think is going on now. I actually have a 2-hour podcast by myself where I talk about this in the car because I've been without power for 10 and a half days. I just got my power turned back on from the hurricane. There's been a lot of war going on with the Texas governor, Abbott, the lieutenant governor, Dan Patrick, and then, of course, Centerpoint Energy. All the fingers are pointing, but that's beyond another topic. I think what you're seeing now, and I had to think about this real hard. I did my research.
Right.
But without power for 10 days, it gives you, the ability to think outside the box, right? Life outside the internet.
Okay.
And,
yes.
What I believe
Wait. Truth. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you're in Texas, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. Go ahead. Continue.
I can tell you what I think's happening right now. Sports, porn, religion, race, gender wars, LGBTQ, straight, gay, and I just did a video on this on the way home, actually.
Right.
It's an hour video. Is all a distraction on the things that are really taking place, right? What I believe is happening, and I know this goes far beyond the things that you're talking about, because these are topics I talk about too on my channel. What I believe is happening is I think we're on the verge of starting a World War III. I think that after World War II, when NATO was created to stop Russia from invading the European countries, they were already entering in Poland, Romania, Bulgaria. They were already won in more than half of Germany after Germany was left in destruction after World War II.
Right.
Now, what does this have to do with this conversation? Well, it has a lot to do with it. When NATO was invented, it was invented to stop the spread of Russia, right?
Communism from Russia and
Yeah,
other
yeah,
countries.
yeah.
Yes.
And so you have the Cold War, the Cuban Missile Crisis, you have the Vietnam War. Who was supplying weapons to North Vietnam? The Russians. Who was providing weapons and military to South Vietnam? Us, right? You look at Korea, the same thing. North Korean government
Same
was
thing.
providing
Right.
weapons through the Russian government.
But then
South
we
Korea
were
was
providing.
provided weapons through the United States. The Cambodian War and all these what you call a proxy war. We have been fighting against Russia since World War II indirectly, which is called a proxy war. Which if you look at which Ukraine is a proxy war. So for example, Russia invades Ukraine. Russia's not sending its soldiers. It's sending soldiers from Nepal, Bangladesh, all these poor Asian countries and promising them citizenship. In return, they fight the front lines, but only they never see citizenship because they die in the front lines.
Yes.
The United States or NATO is sending in troops through Ukraine, through France, and all these other countries.
Poland
so
and
there's
all
a
these
little
other
bit of
places.
Ukrainian troops and a little bit of Russian troops, but not too many. That's what you call an indirect proxy war, or indirect war, which means proxy.
Listen, I know I was in the military for a minute.
Okay, so what's happening? Well, I wanted to tell your viewers that.
Oh, yes, please continue. Yes.
What I believe is happening is China is crushing the American dollar, which the American dollar is being crushed right now. It's almost worthless. China is doing that. China is also responsible for why our economy is in the position it is. It's buying a lot of stock. They're buying a lot of companies, and they're pulling out as soon as the companies go under, like Tyson, Butterball. I can name a few. BlackRock has stock invested in it through China. Vanguard's the same thing. What are both of those companies doing? They're buying real estate. So China is involved in the real estate. So China doesn't have to fight us directly with their naval base or with their nukes or ballistic missiles. They just do it economically, and they do it financially by crushing our dollar. And so that's what you're seeing going on right now. And I truly believe what's going to end up happening, and the reason why I think they want Trump in office is because they want him to be the military arm branch to represent NATO in the possible World War III. And that's what I predict. That's what I predict is going to happen. I think the scary thing about all this, Vlad, is if we're not careful and we keep fighting over amongst each other over race and all this other crap that's going on, with the AI coming in and the kiosk coming in, you're talking about 80% of jobs being eliminated by 2030. That is something that no one is talking about. Although we have talked about AI, we really don't dig deep into it, you know?
Right.
But AI's been around since the 60s. It just hasn't been as sophisticated as it is now.
Right.
Cell phones have been around before the 90s. It was just strictly for the military.
Yeah.
And so the technology was there. It just wasn't sophisticated. Now the cat's out of the bag. So they're just like, fuck it. It's time to go in full force swing. The question is like you said earlier, who are these people answering into? And what's going to be the end cause? Is Russia and the United States just going to launch their nukes at each other? Is China waiting there in the mix to take over the United States once this is over, said and done? This is some scary times that we're living in, not to mention the immigrants that are coming in. I'm not saying that all of them are like this, but some of them are going to launch domestic attacks in this country.
Yes.
When this thing comes popping. And that's another thing. Russia just has ships right now in Cuba right now ready to launch attacks. Yeah. These are scary times we're living in it. And here's what scares me the most. What I think Russia is doing and China is doing is they're telling other countries to team up against the United States. And I think if you look at it militarily wise, United States is the strongest country in the world because it's harder to attack us because we have two different oceans and you can only attack us from north and south, right? But if you convince all these countries to team up against the United States, oh, well, they're not so tough anymore if we can team up and take them out. That's where I think we're almost getting to. I want to know what your thoughts are to that.
Well, to a degree, I agree. Yes. But the reason I don't fully agree is because even though you have these BRICS nations, yeah, and you have these all these countries joining BRICS, you still have the pandemic. You still have this. At the end of the day, it comes to a basic truth. They're still trying to get rid of us all. They're trying to get rid of everybody, not just Americans, not just Frenchmen or British people. They're trying to get rid of the Russian people. They're trying to get rid of the African people. They're trying to get rid of the white people, the green people, the yellow people. They're getting rid of them all. So it's not exclusive to just American people.
No, of course
It's
not.
everybody. This is why I think this is why the division is important, because we think it's just exclusive to just us. No, we're part of the folks that they're getting rid of. So I'm like, yes, some of what you say is true. Yes, that's part of it. But we're part of everyone. They're trying to get rid of everybody because Bill Gates and them are buying land, not just here, they're also buying land in Asia. They're buying land in Africa. They're buying
Yeah.
land in Europe. They're buying land everywhere.
Yeah, of course. China's
So they're
also invested
so
too.
they're controlling the food for not just American people. But you see what's going on in Europe, where they're telling the farmers you can't farm no more. They're getting affected too.
Yeah,
They're
absolutely.
telling the farmers there as well, not just here. It's not just exclusive to America. So that's why I'm like, I hear what you're saying and I buy some of it, but a lot of it, I'm like, it doesn't work because this is actually everybody.
So, are you more on the globalist agenda? Like, do you believe it's just a
Yes,
small amount of people that want to rule the world, sort of ordeal?
it is here's what it is. It's those that have the money to throw their weight, and they will throw their weight. They have the
Okay.
money to throw their weight. They have the influence and the power, and they can hide at will to throw their weight, and so they will. And so no matter how much we scream and clamor, because all we're doing is making noise. We're not making changes. We're just making noise, right? No matter how much noise we make, like I mentioned, the big fish eat the small individual little fish, right? So they're the
Yeah.
big fish. So it could be five big sharks versus a bunch of individual minnows. We're powerless unless we find a way to take all these minnows and to make them into two huge fishes bigger than all five of those sharks. Will always win and we'll always eat those sharks. So we need to function like piranhas instead of small individual minnows. We need to function together, which we just can't find a way to do it.
Well, I
These
think right
guys are
now it's just the
right
country's
now,
so
it's
divided.
difficult. It's so divided. And then you compound that with the fact that now we call ourselves one country. If we can't even assemble amongst ourselves, we can't assemble with another country that has the same problem we do and sees their government as a bunch of parasites like they do. We can't assemble with them, even though we see eye to eye on the same thing. But just because they're a different religion, because they're a different color, because they think Coke is better than Pepsi, we can't even seem to merge with them. And so, just because we think the same, we're to some degree where we don't work. It doesn't work because we can't work together. We can't even work
Absolutely.
together here in America. But I hear what you're saying, but it's going to fall on deaf ears because people fail to realize it is a global problem, not just an American problem. They're getting rid of all of us. How did I know that? That fucking shot. That shot was for everybody. It wasn't just for Americans. It was for everybody. It was for everybody. And so I yell about that shot and about the true earth because, like, that's it. That was their Clorox. That was you know, their cleansing agent to get rid of everybody. But there were those of us that had presence of mind to not fuck with it.
Are
And
you
so we
familiar?
got lucky.
Are you familiar with the Spanish flu that was in 1918, slightly
Yes.
before World War One ended? Well, if you look at the results of how many people it killed, it said that majority of the people died in Europe when the war was taking place. It was saying that majority of the soldiers died from the Spanish flu, not from the actual results of the war. which would suggest that what if the Spanish flu was COVID? What if COVID was created 100 years ago, or 106 years ago? It would be 100 years ago from COVID in that date to sort of cleanse the population. What if perhaps
Right.
COVID was just another recreation of the Spanish flu?
I never thought of it like that.
Maybe every so often, to cleanse the population, they create these man-made viruses, perhaps,
Mm-hmm.
and it's used to sort of depopulize this. I think that's sort of what's going on now. I think it went on with COVID, and now I think they're going to do it through taxation. They're going to make food so expensive that you can't afford it. They're going to,
Listen,
yeah,
I agree. Yes, that's all. Listen, that's part of it. The gay agenda's part of it. The Margaret Sanger, what's that thing where they abortion clinics in, especially. And here's the thing: the way they do it, and I'm going to tell you from a black perspective, they get the easy targets first. Black people, we're easy targets. We're like shooting fish in a barrel. Black people are some of the easiest targets. We make a lot of noise, but the thing is, we make a lot of noise. And the thing is we're divided enough as black people that we seem scattered about. And because we seem scattered about, a lot of us present as if we're just in the way. And to a lot
yeah.
of people, and listen, I'm just being honest. I'm not against anyone, right? I'm just being honest based off of an observation. Because us as black people appear as if we're in the way, it annoys everybody else. And you want to know what that does? It makes everybody else team up and go against us. Meanwhile, what the elites are in effect doing, they're using us against ourselves, the poor against the poor. And because we're just like minced meat, we're super fragmented, it just makes the poor white, the poor Indian, the poor Chinese, the poor Jew, the poor Polak, the poor Irishman, the poor gay, the poor whatever, all the poor folks, right, that are down here, it makes them attack the least common. It makes them attack the least common denominator, which is black people. And because we appear as if we're just in the way, everybody's attacks us. But then once we're out of the way, who's next? Who's next? It's not them up there. And so that's how they get us to do it over and over. And we're easy pickings. So this is why a lot of what you say, yes, it rings true. But then you have to look at it from a person that gets it just based off of my race, right? And it's not that I'm saying, oh, woe is me. No, 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 no. This is just an observation, right? From my perspective, because we appear we're in the way, once our pawn is off the chessboard, they're going to go after the next pawn. Who's the next group of people that presents themselves like black folks? Not saying
I'm
that
gonna
they're
add
black,
to it.
not
Like
saying
I'm
that they're black, but another group that's just as divided or close to being as divided as black people. How can we get them out of the way next and just continue down that, you know what I'm saying? Down that lane. Go on, go
I'm
ahead.
gonna add to it.
Mhm,
I actually find myself agreeing with what you're saying, but I'm gonna add to it.
mhm,
When I was growing up, it was black people were viewed as the bad guys.
mhm,
Does that
mhm.
make sense? I'm just gonna say
Oh,
it like,
no, no,
just
no,
make it
no, no,
easy
no,
for
no, no,
everybody to
no, no.
understand.
Listen,
Black
I
people
get
were
it.
viewed
I
as the
get it.
bad
So
guys
yeah. Yeah,
when I
yeah.
was growing, sort of like a wrestling terminology. Like you
Yeah,
guys
yeah,
were the heel.
yeah.
Does that make
Yeah.
sense? Like you were the Hollywood Hulk Hogan of the NWO.
Yeah, the bad
Okay.
the bad guy. No, no, I
Yeah,
get it.
yeah, yeah. Okay.
I know.
And then slowly but surely that storyline changed. Then it became the Muslims in 9/11. And then fast forward, it became immigration. So it became Hispanics during the Trump administration. Then
Mhm.
now it's become white people. And this is just from my observation, looking outside of race. I'm half white, half Hispanic. So I kind of have the ability as a mixed person to sort of look outside of the race and like
Mhm.
at the bigger picture, so to speak. So from the time that I grew up, it was blacks were the bad guys, Muslims, Hispanics, then whites.
Mhm.
So what happens is it causes a divide within the groups. The fighting starts at whose race is better, right?
Right.
Then gender war. Then it comes to the subgroups. You got gender war, LGBTQ, who's straight, who's gay,
Yes.
this and that. So you have subgroups within the groups. So everyone's fighting amongst each other. So even if you're on the same team, you're still fighting amongst your own,
Right. That's enough.
right?
That's
So
all they
that's how,
need. Right.
yeah. So what ends up happening is you have all these distractions. Like I said, with sports, for example, used to be, it came from the Roman Empire. Like you had
Mhm.
the Colosseum with the gladiators. Now it's just a big arena with football players that are overpaid, in my opinion, hitting each other with football.
Right.
And so you have all these distractions, porn, music, and all this that's thrown in our face. Meanwhile, these other people, whoever they are, whether you want to
Mhm.
call them globalists, elitists, whoever, are sort of planning on the sidelines amongst each other on how they want to rule the world. Meanwhile, the rest of us is just sort of distracted. We're like in this bubble.
Right.
And that's what I'm saying. If you look at like what is going on in society right now, we have gone away from religion. Well, there's 5,000 religions in the world, but we've gone away from it. We live more like in a secular society now.
Right.
There's no such thing as marriage anymore. People don't promote the parents to stay together anymore. Everything's more like a secular single individualism. And when people are divided like that, right, then
Mhm.
there's going to be fighting amongst each other, right? So that's sort of what you're seeing amongst countries and amongst the individual. And
Mhm.
what I believe is going to happen is the whole divide and conquer thing. And I think that slowly but surely, even though I don't want to get to like the political side of it, but I believe our dollar is completely crumbling away. This is where you're going to start to see countries separate because the
Right.
American currency is 80% of the world's trade. So you take the American dollar out, now the dollar is worthless.
Right.
So with that being said, this is going to be bad amongst us, right? Because whoever controls the naval fleet, whoever controls the food, and whoever controls the diesel fuel, and you can throw weapons and stuff in there, is going to rule the world. Because whoever controls the waters controls the world through
Right.
trade route and all that. So you
It's
want
always
to have
been
a
like
strong
that. Right.
military, but your navy base has got to be the strongest. Right now, China is going to pass us up. That's going to be scary. And China passes us up.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh,
Please, please,
oh,
please.
so sorry. Yeah, China's going to pass us up in terms of its navy power, right? Now our dollar's crushing. Then you throw TikTok in there, and so people are dancing and all this stuff, and they're not working, so nothing is created. The
Mhm.
reason why we're in such a large deficit is because we can't produce anything here, which is our GDP. We're
Yes.
not producing nothing, and since the 70s, all of our stuff, like we used to have the steel mill. We led in minerals and lead and copper and in the creation of stuff, right? Even cars
Mhm.
were made here. Since the 70s, we diverted to cheap labor. And so now we're getting all of our stuff made from China, which is China's been known for cheap labor. And I think that it's turned around and it's bit us in the ass.
Yes.
And we sold our technology in the black market to Pakistan and India, which they're using that same technology to scam us, aka the prank calls, the IRS calls, you didn't pay your taxes and all that bullshit. They're using our own technology against us. So
Yes, they are.
we focus so much on helping everybody else, we don't even help ourselves. And that's the sad part about it. And now what you're seeing now is the dollar just completely disintegrating. That's why people are working 70, 80 hours a week to have to make the same money that you used to make 40.
Yes. Yes, but here's the thing. At the end of the day, all that is based off of money, right? Your
Yes.
fuel, your sweat equity. So then how does it how does it like Nano CBD said? I hate to have to skip everybody because I skipped a lot of y'all over here.
Yeah, yeah. Go ahead and read the comments.
How is this relevant to the flat earth?
How's this relevant to flat Earth? Okay. He is right on that. I did go a little off topic,
No, no, no,
but
no, 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 no. My thing is all those things matter, right? But
Mhm.
if these people don't know that the earth is flat, we're just going to keep going in circles.
Huh.
We're going to keep going in circles. If these people don't know where it is we live, It's going to be easy to go in circles. It's going to be easy to lead them by the nose. Like that's the main point behind this whole thing, right? Is getting the truth out there. Is being
Sure.
and just being unadulterated, just being totally upfront with it. Like, look, man, we're not bullshit no more. No more games. Where the fuck are we? Right? And it's not about asking a million questions, but it's asking the right questions, right?
Interesting.
It's not about asking a million random. No, you have to ask the right questions, and we have to seek the truth, right? And the important stuff, because the important thing isn't money. If you think about it, we weren't born with money in our pocket,
Of course not. We were born naked.
right? Right. We were born as we are. We were born as we are. So you could look at the animals in the field, you could look at the insects in the sky. It's not about money, but it's what the money could do. Yes, we get it, but it's our opportunities outside of that. What opportunities are we left with? And why are we losing? Why are we losing en masse opportunities? Why is everybody losing their life? At the drop of a dime, why are we dying? Why are we dying? So my thing is, it's that fucking shot. It's that fucking, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. All that other stuff, it don't matter. It's that fucking shot, number one. If the people knew what that fucking shot was, that's one, right? Because it didn't just get a few people. It got everybody,
Yeah, of
right?
course.
It got everybody. And even if you didn't take it, guess what? You're still affected by it, right? And where are we? Why did you do that? Why did you do that fucking shot? Because we know what the fuck it is. We know it for the poison that it is. And where are we? Because now we figured out that all that stuff that you're not addressing is a lie. All
Yeah.
that shit that you said was the truth. We know that that's a lie. So you need to address that now. All that other GDP fucking boat, I get it. It's important to some folks. I get it. Where are we? Why aren't you talking about that? You got all these fucking flat earthers that are showing us all this shit that we say we don't believe, but it's scary because where are we? And why did you just give us that shot? If you can't answer those two questions, honestly, if you can't sit down and have this fucking discourse with us, you're full of shit. And
Fair enough.
we're going to find you guilty of a bunch of shit you don't want to be guilty of. And then we're going to find you out. We're going to get you out of here. And you're not going to like it. And we're coming for you and a bunch of people that you love. See, when you hold people's feet to the fire like that, then they start to sing a different tune. And you have to be about business. Because if you keep talking about what they want you to talk about, because that's what they want us to talk about. They want us to talk about the stuff that really doesn't really matter. And it sounds like a harsh reality that, oh, the GDP, this and that, they want us to talk about that. They don't want us talking about, because look, you could go everywhere and you could look at all these channels where everybody's talking about the GDP. Everybody's talking about the GDP. Everybody's talking about why we got off the gold standard. Everybody's talking about China and India and how much they this and how much they that, and who's got the bigger boat, who's got the smaller boat, who's got the best tech. They're not talking about what we're talking about. Why are they not talking about what we're talking about? There are a lot of us that are talking about it. Why? Why are they not talking about it? Why is C-SPAN not talking about it? Why are there just a few of us talking about what's fucking important? Why are they not talking about those people that just lost their fucking lives because of that fucking shot? That poison that they made us buy into, a lot of us. Why are they not talking about that? You know why? Because they want us talking about the stuff that you're talking about.
Fair
They
enough.
don't want us to. I'm not saying that that you don't have a leg to stand on. I am not saying that it's not important. It is, but they want us going in circles on that. They don't want us talking about the stuff that they're not talking about. And we seriously need to stop talking about what they're talking about. And we need to make it new to where This is what's important. If you're not fixing this, that's because you're part of the problem. We see you guys as parasites and you need to be gone. And if you're not going to get yourselves gone, we'll get you gone. We'll make it happen. That's the problem. That's the problem. And it's easy to get wrapped. It's easy to get ourselves wrapped up in an axle that they want us to wrap us in. And they're like, good. As long as you're distracted with that, you're not talking about the stuff that you were previously talking about. That's how they get us. But we need to stay on code. We need to stay on track, and we need to discuss what they failed to discuss. And why do they fail to discuss it? So that's a question that we need to really ask, is why are they not talking about this? We think we know why, right? And it's cool to think we know why, but do we truly know why they're not talking about it? Why are they not here's another thing that they're not talking about, right? Nobody's talking about Gobekli Tepe and why they're not continuing with the process of digging it up. I have an idea as to why they're not digging it up. Do
Okay,
you know
why is that?
You know what Gobekli Tepe is?
Yeah.
It's in Turkey, right?
Yeah.
And so, do you know what is a 300 over 300 miles northeast of Gobekli Tepe?
No.
Mount Ararat.
Okay.
You know how many miles exactly? The base of Mount Ararat.
Like 300 miles, right?
Of course, of course, of course. As soon as I'm getting to that point, they just shut me down. But you want to know how many miles northeast Mount Ararat is of Gobekli Tepe?
How many?
Three. Of course, they cut me off. Gobekli Tepe is 333 miles east of Mount Ararat. I shit you not.
Damn.
And so Gobekli Tepe, they just canceled the project. You know, they're just building like a neighborhood or something like that on the top of it. But you know why Mount Ararat is important?
Hmm.
No, that's not even a rhetorical question. I'm asking you if you do know why.
No, I do not know.
So in the Bible, we're coming to where we're figuring out that we don't know where the fuck it is we live. We don't. And things like the scriptures are becoming important again. They're relevant again, right? The scriptures are becoming relevant. The Genesis is the biggest account in Genesis being the flood of Noah, right? And so that's such an important piece to this whole puzzle, that there may be some connection between why Gobekli Tepe is under all that silt and mud and just underground. Maybe Gobekli Tepe wasn't an underground city. Maybe it was just covered up by something, mud, silt. So what's Mount Ararat? That's the final resting place of Noah's Ark.
Yeah.
So
Shit.
there was a flood in that. Thank you. Now you see what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Why do you need somebody like Jimmy Corsetti, who's got a huge following, right? Jimmy Corsetti of Bright Insight is the only one following this, right? And then he gets the word out. Of course, Jimmy Corsetti isn't a true and flat earther, but the Noah, the flood account in Genesis is integral to what the true earth is. It's part of it. Genesis, what happens in Genesis? Nimrod and the Tower of Babel. All that stuff is important and integral to what is the true earth. Why are they keeping that from us? And if they're keeping that from us, why are they not discussing it? Why is nobody discussing it? But they want to continue to talk about the GDP. They want to talk about shit like NASA's that's total fucking. That's all. Why are they not talking about this? And why is nobody fucking jumping on those motherfuckers for not talking about it? Because here's the thing, That NASA stuff, whether you believe it or not, it's all speculative. It's not real because it's all make believe. Whether you believe it or not, you could believe it, but it's still not real.
Hmm.
What can we prove? We could prove Gobekli Tepe, or we could prove that place, given that name, we could prove that that exists. But why are you covering it up? Meanwhile, it's 300 miles from the place of where the last fucking boat, the last civilization of people lived, and the boat rested at that place. Why are you not discussing that?
Hmm.
This is why I say everything they talk about is either a lie or it's fucking irrelevant. And I'm not saying that what you're, I'm not saying that. And I'm not saying that with such passion because they're talking. I'm saying that because they're talking about it. So the reason I'm saying that, when I was in the Navy, right? Part of what I did was some stuff, and I did some stuff overseas. And some of the stuff I did overseas, I had to find some stuff. I know it sounds really vague, but that was part of what I had to do. A lot of what I a lot of what I would see, and there was a principle that I lived by that I still live by to this day, right? And what it is I do now. It's not about the stuff that you see, right? Because what I see and what I report, you've seen and you're reporting. Everybody else has seen and everybody else has reported. It's not about what you see, it's about the stuff that you don't see, or it's about the
Hmm.
stuff that you think is irrelevant. That's where you need to put your focus. The stuff that you
Interesting.
think is irrelevant and the stuff that you don't see and that's not getting any attention at all.
Hmm.
And so I say all that because it's like everybody's putting their focus, their attention to the stuff that you mentioned. And I'm not saying that it doesn't warrant any. Yeah, it does. It warrants some attention, but let them figure that out, right? Let them figure that out. Why are the same people that are saying that this stuff is important not saying that the stuff that we're talking about is important, right? Because people's lives, it's important to people's lives. This shot, why are you not talking about why so many people are falling out from this shot? We're talking about it, but you're not. Why not? Why are you not talking about what we just dug up and we just found a building underground? Why is that there and you're not talking about it?
Huh.
Why is it that these fucking chickens just burnt up in a million chickens just died? You're not talking about it, but we're talking about it. Why is that? So we need to shift the focus. Yes, it's important to know those things. Yes, it's important to know, but we need to talk about what's important now. The true earth is important now. And so if they're not sounding the alarm on the true earth, we so we learned so we know they're not about shit. We know they're not going to defend it. And if they're not going to defend it, if they're not going to mention it and bring it up, then there's no discussion with you. We're just going to get you out of here. We need to get you gone. We need to get you gone. And so like there's a presidential candidate. I don't know if you're familiar with him. His name is Dr. Shiva, Indian guy.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
So you probably seen him. Like I went on his show. He had his thing live, and I was like, Dr. I went on his live and I was like, Dr. Shiva, are you going to discuss flat earth? Are you going to discuss the true earth? And he was like, hey, it doesn't matter whether the earth is round or not. And I said, you lost me. At that point,
Hmm.
I was like, get David Weiss on your show and maybe I'll listen to you. Get these people, get Eric Dubé on your show, maybe I'll listen to you. But because he said that, I said, you're just like them. You lost me. You
Facts.
totally fucking lost me. You
True.
lost. Because my thing is, if you're not going to make what we know is important, what we know is relevant, if you're not going to make that relevant, if you're not going to make the top, if you're not going to make that a topic of discussion, that the public needs to be aware of, you're not serious. Or you may be serious, but your attention isn't trying to garner our interest. You're not trying to garner our interest. No, you're not.
Hmm.
You're playing into their hands. You're playing into what you think is important. You're playing you're continuing the cycle. And our thing is we're breaking that cycle,
Hmm.
and they're continuing it. So to me, I'm like,
Interesting.
no, he's part of it. He's playing the game like everybody else. He's playing the game like everybody else. So Nano CBD hit the nail right on the head. Nano CBD, welcome, by the way. I missed out on you again. You showed up late, but you know what? You showed up. He
They
hit the
keep saying there
nail
goes
right.
Vlad again every time. Vlad freezes
Yeah,
up.
yeah. He hits the nail right on the head when he's like, what does it have to do with flat Earth? And that's the question. Every once in a while, I do it too, right? I find myself walking away
Swaying
from truth.
away.
No,
I
yeah,
understand.
but
It
it
happens
it
to all of us.
but it does, and we think there are certain things that are important, and they are important. I'm not saying that they're not, right? But does it does it conform to
The
what
topic of
we
discussion.
yes, why we have our Tuesdays, right? Does it conform to that? Does it bring us back to True Earth Tuesday? Does it bring us back to Flat Earth Friday? Does
So
it bring us back to the True Earth, to the flat
with the
Earth?
COVID,
And if it doesn't, no, no, go ahead, go ahead.
with the shot, do you think that it killed more people than actually having the disease itself?
You know, I couldn't. I honestly don't know. I honestly don't know. And my thing is this: is with the shot, which now, or with not with the shot, but rather before the shot, with the quote unquote disease, right? What narrative is the truth? The one that they gave us, the many stories that they gave us of this agency being involved, of it being China's fault. It was in it. You see, because here's the thing: is at the end of the day, here's one thing we know: they lie. If their lips are doing this, the thing that's coming out is a lie. It's a story. So which narrative do we believe? Or do we believe any narrative that they're putting out there at all? Right? Oftentimes what we find ourselves doing is we find ourselves with a pile of fucking puzzle pieces that we have to put together because they lie so fucking much. And a lot
Yep.
of times we have a 40-year-old puzzle that we're trying to put together, i.e., the USS Challenger, the ISS, the SSN, the whatever, the Challenger nonsense. It's a 40 fucking year old goddamn puzzle that we're trying to piece together and we're trying
Hmm.
to figure out, all based off of a goddamn lie. And we're now still trying to figure that shit out. And this is what I'm talking about. It's like you can't trust anything they say. You can't. And so they've lost all credibility. And again, if they're not talking about what we know needs to be the bottom line, they're not talking. They're not talking about anything serious.
Hmm.
They're putting stories out there for us to try and catch on and to be scared about and to discuss amongst ourselves. We don't talk about and yeah, I apologize for that. And so again, and it comes back to they don't want us talking about things like the true earth and the flat earth, which is what needs to be discussed and what needs to be the center of attention. And because the more we talk about other things, right, that's how they get us every time.
They don't have a school that teaches flat Earth, do they?
Not that I know of. No,
Okay.
not that I know of. Mm-mm, mm-mm.
Would you be willing to teach classes if they offered it?
Yeah, it depends. It depends. I would have to be. It depends. It all depends. I would be more than happy to. Um, my thing is it needs to be an honest effort in teaching
Hmm.
this. It doesn't need to be making fun of somebody or doing this or doing that. No, it needs to be an honest effort in teaching this. But before we can teach it, before we can teach something like this, we need to make sure we have our ducks in a row, right? This is why a couple of weeks ago I was discussing, if you gave me 5 minutes with somebody, what are the top things to discuss about the true earth in order to leave somebody with an impression that this earth is not what they once thought it was? I've got 5 minutes. What am I going to discuss? I've got 5 minutes with you, truth. What am I going to tell you to convince you that you need to do more research into what you once thought was a round or globular earth? I've got 5 minutes. How do I get you? You understand? What do I leave? How do I leave an impression on you? So this is why I think we need to have that mindset starting off, right? Because we're all new to this. Is all new to us. Even somebody like David Weiss or Jaron, right? It's new. This isn't this. When I say this isn't old information, yeah, it's old info that old folks knew, but we were all indoctrinated the same exact way. We all were. We were all fooled. We were all duped. So now we have to think different, and we have to, sometimes we need to step back into that old way of thinking, right? I'm a globe earth person, right? How are you going to win me over? How was I won over? But you've got 5 minutes to make me think.
Right. If you were asking me, I would say how the introduction of flat Earth,
Now, what's that?
like the introduction of how you became a flat earther, what led you to it, and how it maybe changed your life, what interests you the most about it, and maybe some small things you would like me to research on,
Like
sort
what
of like
exactly?
homework or an assignment.
So give me like your top three. Your top three that's like, I need to look into this. There's no way in fucking
The creation of flat Earth. Obviously, I would want to learn more about the ice wall that surrounds it.
So that would be okay.
That would be number 2, and then also I think number 3 would be let's see, maybe the history behind it.
So 5 minutes, I would have to condense quite a bit.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. But okay. Okay.
Yeah. To me, I think that would be a good start.
Okay.
Let me ask you this: do you think the Earth is as old as they say it is?
I'll
Like
be
they say
honest
we're
with
like
you. I'll
millions of
be
years
honest with
old.
you. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know. Like here's the thing is when we get to the true earth, the thing I hate is when people are like they're wrong about the age of the earth. I'm like, how do you know? We
That is
weren't
true.
there. Like
You're
I
right.
don't know. Like I don't know, right? I don't know that in me to want to believe like I want to believe the scriptures, right? I want to. I want to. But there's so much room left for but what about? But what about? There's so much more left for what about. And so to me, this is why this things like, are you there? Am I
Yeah, I'm
losing you?
here.
Oh, the things like true earth is things like that you can demonstrate, that you can show, that sure you can bounce them off the Bible, but that shouldn't be your first source because a lot of people, and this is why true earth is important because a lot of people ain't going to go for that. And it's not saying that the Bible is a liar. I'm not saying that at all. But in order to maintain somebody's attention, you have to demonstrate to them what it is we can prove. We can prove, right? And I'm not, like I said, I'm not going against the scriptures. And I believe in I believe in the scriptures, but it comes back to the but. but there's a lot that I can't scientifically demonstrate or explain because those scriptures don't necessarily talk on those. Now, I'm not saying it's the scripture's fault, right? There's a lot that they removed from the scriptures. We know that with things like the apocryphal books, but then we know things like the Ethiopian Bible exists as well that we're still trying to figure out to this day, right? And because of these things, there are so many what ifs, what ifs, but then what ifs. The Bible is supposed to be, around what, 20 some odd thousand years old, a couple of thousand years old, just to, not in. Oh, geez. The Bible is supposed to be a certain age, right? Not including our time after that. And so you have in the scriptures 30, how many years of Jesus? 20 years of Jesus's life missing during that time. What I'm saying? Did I lose you? Oh man, I was like, oh my God, did you freeze up on me? Did I freeze up? But what happened during that time? This time is accounted for. How many periods are unaccounted for? So this is what I'm
Interesting.
talking about. This is pieces of the Bible that just go missing, or you just have gaps in time, right? And so my thing also is that you have people that are taking what they think is a time frame for the Bible. And
Oh,
who's to say that it's correct? Their time frame, their time framing of the Bible. Who's to say that it's correct? Because now we're starting to see that, yeah, there not too long ago, like 200, almost 300 years ago, people counted 13 months according to the scriptures. They counted
hmm.
13 months and not 12 months. So that throws
Oh,
everything. You see what I'm saying? That throws so
yeah.
many things off. My birthday isn't what my birthday is. Now my birthday is something totally different, right? This whole time I think I'm a Capricorn. I'm not a Capricorn no more, right? So if those are not just my stupid birthday, I'm just making a joke
And that means
somewhere.
however old you are, you subtract that by the number of months, you'd be that many months younger.
Exactly. Now I'm just younger.
Yeah.
Now I'm younger.
So if you're
So
like
the earth,
50, then that means you'd be 50 months younger, which that would technically mean you're 2 years and 1 month younger than your actual age.
then yes. So think about that. So so could the Bible be older than what we think it is?
Hmm.
Because we're not
Interesting
now we're
take.
not basing it. Think about it, because now we're not basing it off of a 12-month calendar. So is there truth in a lot of what we're being told, but we don't know it because our frame of mind is stuck in a 12-month calendar. Do you see what I'm saying? So we have to put these things into account that it's like now I have to think about that.
Is-
You couple that with the things that I really don't know. Now I'm just learning this. Now think about the stuff that now I really don't know. You know what I'm saying?
And just imagine if there were 14 months to a year.
Just yeah, right, right. Now,
Uh,
now, now we're really cooking with grease.
oh, I mean, I would like to be I would like to be a number of years younger than I am.
Yeah, yeah. So now turn that 5,000-year-old Earth or 6,000-year-old Earth into on a 13-month calendar.
Interesting.
Put it in a 13-month 5,000 years as opposed to a 12-month 5,000 years. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, then
now it
that
just
means it
changes.
wouldn't be 2024.
No. So a bunch of scales change. I hope I didn't lose you. I lost you for a second there. So a bunch of these scales change. So when you ask me a question like that, like I wish I could give you a real answer, but I can't. I can't give you an honest answer. I can't give you a bullshit answer. I could give you the honest answer. I don't know. And those are my reasons why I don't know, because I know that I've been lied to and we've been tricked up with the days of the year. You know what I'm saying? And look, Nano CBD mentioned something right here. We used to listen to 432. Now we listen to 440. Why? Right? We can speculate all day, but do we truly know? So this is
Interesting.
This is why the lies need to stop. You know what I'm saying? This is why the lies are like we should be like we've had enough of the lies because this is where it brings us. Like nothing makes sense. Things that we thought make sense once we find a certain truth about the actual truth about it. Now the things that we thought made sense don't make sense anymore because they're all based on lies. They're all based on lies. So we're looking at it from a from a liar's perspective to where
Hmm.
it just doesn't make sense. It's like it doesn't work like that. It can't work.
Interesting. I never really thought about it like that.
It's tough. It's a tough place to look at it from. It's a tough place to accept it, but that's just what it is. I hate accept things like that. And the reason I say I hate it is because it puts my mind somewhere where it's like I don't even know where to begin. Like I don't know what the standard is anymore. I don't know where we stand in all this whole thing. I don't. And it's a painful position to be in because I can't speak honestly on what I thought once was.
Yeah. Wow. So it could be like the year right now could be like 1987 or some shit, you know?
Who knows? 1887.
Whoa.
Who knows? Who knows?
Wow.
Like there's so much going on with this earth, and what sucks about it is that even the music that we listen to, we don't know the effect that it. We don't. We're starting to come into what like these guys are talking about it, right? The hertz rate and why it's different, why it's possibly different, right? And how it adversely affects our bodies. Just something as slight as a small frequency change, how it adversely affects our bodies. And we just don't know. We don't know that we're poisoning ourselves even with the sound. And we're just starting to learn about it. And even though we don't fully know, we're starting to know that it has an adverse effect on us. We just don't know. We just don't fully know. And we're starting, but you see what I'm saying? Even that, and they're just connections, just off of that alone, just off of that
Hmm.
alone. This connects to the flat Earth. This connects to, oh well, we were lied to about it. And why is the music continues to sound like this? And they know these truths. Why does it sound like this? And they know these truths, and they allow it to be put on the airwaves. Why?
Interesting. That is interesting.
It's a shitty
Do you,
place to.
so you
Go
think
ahead.
the music has a large influence on how we think, huh?
Yes, totally, totally, totally. You want to know how you know? People speak in cliche. People speak in cliche. Their day to day talk.
Yep.
People's day to day talk is either a movie or a show
Or a song.
or a song. Yes, a movie, a song, or a show tune. I do that sometimes.
Me too.
If you say shit like, "Oh man, oh I wanted this, and I got that. Who could ask for anything more? Who could ask for anything more?" And that's a fucking Broadway show. Who could? And then you start singing the show tune. You're being influenced by the music, right? There's so oh man, you need to get that thing out of there. You need to beat it. And then you start singing Beat It by Michael Jackson. You're
Oh
influenced by
my
so
God, I
much,
do that
but
all the
there's so
time.
many things that are you're just influenced, right? If you're discussing about if you're making a discussion, kind of like when you were alluding to the government using us and then taking our resources, our sweat equity, our money, and using it against us. And then we say it boils down to one thing. What do you say? It's about the money, Lebowski. It's about the money, Lebowski. Where'd you hear that from? The Big Lebowski. Another way that we're being influenced, right? So you hit the nail right on the head. We're being influenced by our music and the movies. We're heavily so heavily influenced by it that it's become part of the culture, and it comes out in the most subtlest of ways. And yes, Ida Hill, words absolutely have power. Spelling and spell casting. Yes. And we cast spells every time with these movies that we quote and these songs that we quote. And we don't even know it. It just comes out. It happens.
Interesting. I never thought about that, but we are heavily influenced by music. Like we act out, we we live that life like through our music.
Here we go. There we go. And then I just start getting lost in the sauce and I get cut out. But yeah, man, these guys understand. Everybody in the chat like understands.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you think that flat earth or true earth will be more of a taboo thing, let's say in 20 years, or do you think people have just been so indoctrinated it's going to be a little bit hard?
I think they're going to find a way to mix truth with the lies. They will find a way to do their best, to do their damnedest to mix the truth with the lies, unless we prevail and we make it so that we get nothing but the truth. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think the truth is, I don't. Here's the thing. I don't know. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Here's the thing. I feel that those that see the truth and understand the truth, and I'm not saying that we're out because of what we believe, but I feel that those that see the truth, that begin to come into the truth, we're privileged to some degree. I feel we're privileged to come into it. And even though it sucks that we get persecuted and we get treated other than because we express the truth, like it's a privilege to be here. Because it's like, holy smokes, I didn't think I would see this for what it is. I didn't expect this. And you don't expect it. You don't expect it. But when you see it, you can't unsee it. And it's hard to explain to somebody that's not ready to receive it. So I feel it's a privilege. It's an absolute privilege to be in your company, to be in the people's company that see the earth for what it truly is. But when other people can't see it and they don't truly grasp it, or they truly can't understand it, like you can't really get mad at them for that, right? You can't really jump on them for that. But this is how you know they're being led astray. Because if the news came out and said, hey guys, guess what? We had it all wrong. The earth is really flat. Then all those people that didn't believe us would start to believe that the earth is flat. They'd fight it at first. But if CNN came out and told them that it was flat, and if Fox News came out and said it was flat, C-SPAN and all these people said the earth is flat, they'd believe it. And then you know what those companies would begin to do? They would start to include lies into that truth. They would find a way to infuse lies into what we know the truth is, the earth being flat. Now they're going to say, okay, so with the earth being flat, jam actually doesn't come from fruit. Jam actually comes from, I don't know, light bulbs. Like they'll say things like that are absolutely false, and they'll start to mix truths with the lies. And then we're back to square one again, or that would be their attempt.
Almost like half the truth.
Exactly. Which it's a lie. It's a way to feed you poison that would still you'd still be alive, but you're being poisoned and you're slowly dying still. You're still dying because of the lies that you're getting put into your system.
Interesting. Do you think that if people knew more about Truth Earth, that the world would be better off?
I think it would give people, if we gave people true earth, if we told them what we knew, we would allow. Yes, I think the world would take a serious turn if the people were to do their due diligence, right? And look behind us and look to see what the truth is. Like, imagine these guys in the chat are smart enough. Can you imagine 15 billion people looking for the same truth? A focused effort, like 15 billion, let's just say 15 billion people, or let's just say 1 billion people looking for the
Okay.
same truth. 1 billion people looking for the same truth, a concentrated effort on the true earth. No bullshit, no shills or nothing like that. Just looking for what the truth is. These guys find stuff. Just a couple of, like, 10 people in here find stuff. Imagine what 1 billion people could find. So yes, I feel the world would totally change if these people knew where it was they lived, and they did some research into where they lived, like honest research. It would change this world overnight. You'd see people make radical changes overnight, because
Hmm.
here's the thing: we have our scope and how we think the world would be different. But imagine somebody else that lives somewhere else, how they would see the world as being different. They could make radical changes, and that could have a profound effect on us, I feel.
Interesting.
Totally.
I never really thought about that. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Would you be willing to teach online classes if they compensated you for it?
If they compensated me for it,
Yeah.
yeah, I'd consider it. I would consider it. I would consider it. But my thing is, I'm not going to sit here to lie to nobody. That's my big thing is I'm not going to make not what okay. I don't mean lie. I mean, I'm not going to say, well, we might have more land on the outer edges on the I'm not no. No. That I'm not going to be part of that. There's more land on the outside. There's more no. Only things we can prove. That's it. Only things we can prove, and then we back it up extra with what's in the scriptures.
Hmm.
Only things we can prove, and we back it up extra with what's in the scriptures. That's it.
Interesting.
If they want to see more, that's something totally different. If they want to see more about more land and everything else, they can go someplace else. But I'm not willing to teach something that we don't know about. Hell, we don't even really know about Antarctica. We really don't.
No.
This is forbidden land. And who is it? Awakened Nemesis brings up really good points. We don't even touch the we don't give the North Pole. I'm sorry, I lost you for a second, but we don't give the North Pole the attention that it needs. And this is Awakened Nemesis, like, kind of brought this to my attention, and I'm like, holy shit, you're right. Everybody's so focused and trained on the South Pole, the ice ring. Nobody's talking about the center. You should have seen, man, listen, you should have seen us last week when we were discussing the Urbano Monte map and all the discoveries that we made with the map, and
Hmm.
just going back and forth between the Urbano Monte map and a picture of Gerardus Mercator with a compass in his hand and a globe in his left hand. And the United States was in the wrong place, and Europe, Eastern Europe, Russia, Asia was in the wrong place.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah.
That was last week's show on
his
your channel?
last week's show.
Okay,
And
I'll watch that.
these guys were breaking it, and we were there for breaking down that map. and finding things that otherwise we wouldn't have found unless we wouldn't have found it. But these guys, how they brainstorm and how we were just putting things together, it's fucking ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. Just this small group, the stuff that they were putting together. I wasn't finding shit. It's these guys that were putting it together. Them.
Okay.
So this is why, like-minded people in large groups, just being honest and being open and just looking and being honest with what it is we see, what it is we know that we see in front of us, and just working together has a compounding effect on the outcome of things, I feel. And this is a small group. I have a small channel. Can you imagine what Jaron from Jaronism could do if they took the time to not sit there and talk shit about people, talk bad about people, to berate people? Actually, I table of the community. Can you imagine if they took the time like we did and did just that, the things that they could find together, the thing they discover together, instead of bringing people down, instead of dividing the goddamn community, the things that they could figure out, it would be fucking over the top.
So where's the United States at on the map then?
If you look at, all right, family, I'm going to go ahead, if you guys don't mind, we're going to go back to the maps. All right, if you guys don't mind, we're going to do that. Okay, we're going to do that. So I'm going to present it to you. Let me go ahead and let me bring my map up. And where we at? Downloads. There we go. Okay, so I'm going to share that with you in here. All right, perfect. Thank you, Jehovah's daughter. I appreciate you. Thanks, Barb. I'll share that with you right here. Here is Gerardus Mercator. That's him. And this is something that I got from the Library of Congress. This is a pretty well-known map of, or not map, but rather a poster of Gerardus Mercator, right? And it's just everywhere. This poster of Gerardus Mercator. You see his name, Gerardi Mercatorus, right? Some stuff in Latin, but right here you have the compass, correct? You're familiar with this, right?
Yeah.
Where have you seen this before?
I've seen it before, but I don't recall how I saw it.
Okay. Hold on. I want to show you something. I want to show this to you real quick. Okay, so we're going to get out of that. Let's remove that, and then I'm going to show you this. You were just looking at it, right? You were just looking at it, right? You were compass. That's what this is.
Yeah.
That's a compass, right? So what you saw in Gerardus Mercator's hand was just that.
Oh, wow.
Okay, I'll show you again. Okay, let's stop that. Then we're going to bring it back. And so there's a lot of back and forth that needs to go on, and that's okay. Let me show you again. Right here. See it?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the compass that you see on a Freemason symbol. So you see that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's what's in his right hand. Okay?
Yeah.
Remember that. And so I'm going to bring you back here once more. Oh Lord. There we go. There we go. So you see it, right?
Yeah.
It's part of the Freemason symbol. Now that's not where it ends. Okay. Let's stop that. I want to show this to you too. Where we at? Where we at? I want you to take a look at this right here.
All right.
This is my hand right here. Okay. You see what am I pointing at?
It looks like America.
You think that's America, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you see this right here where it says Polus Magnetis?
Yeah.
You see America, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Polus Magnetis, you see America. What's this body right here? What's that?
Oh, good question.
Okay, so I want you to pay attention to use something as a point of reference. Let's use these two bodies. You see where my finger is. I'm not pointing to America now. What my finger is pointing at is these four heads right here and this little mountain thing right here. See that? See, this is where my finger's at. So I'm pointing at these five things essentially. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So this right here, this piece right there, this piece right there, this piece right there, and then this thing that looks like a mountain, looks like a Hershey's Kiss essentially, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you see those. Now I want you to pay attention to where everything is in proximity to one another, right? And then you see this thing. It says Polus Magnetis. Okay. And this compass is on it. And his left hand is on America. But we don't know what this is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm going to get out of that, close that. And I'm going to show you this. Boom. Where it's at. There we go. Boom, right there. So I'm going to present to you this. Check it out. This is Urbano Monti's map of 1587, right? This is that same place. Right? Remember those four heads I was pointing at?
Yeah.
Well, here they are, right here. We're in the middle of the world. Here are
Oh,
those
wow.
four heads right here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are the four heads. That little mountain thing is right here. Number 1, look what letter do you see here? What letter is that?
G.
It's a golf, right? G. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What do you see here? What's this?
You
know what it says?
What?
Polus Magnetis. What continent is this? Remember in his left hand, what continent was in his left hand?
America.
America. So what continent is this?
America.
You think so? Okay.
Or is that Asia?
That's well, you tell me. What does this say?
I'm gonna say that's America.
No. Look, just take a look. I'm gonna give you some letters. C H I N A spells China. Now, don't worry. I'm not sitting there trying to toy with your mind or nothing like that.
Okay.
But what you were looking at, right, was you had a piece of that compass. You had one end of the compass sitting directly on this part right here. Remember?
Yeah.
Polus Magnetis. And then it made an apex right here. And then it came down, not touching anything. But you had the top of that compass up here, right? Correct?
Yeah.
What letter is this?
G.
Okay. Let's rotate it one more time. Just want to confirm. You're right. So that's the letter G. Okay. Remember, you said that this was, or you thought in his hand, we saw that this was America, right?
Yeah.
This is Polis. You can see it, barely see it. Pole something, mag, blah, 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 blah.
Mhm.
Gets lost. But Polis magnetis, that's what this is. That's what this mountain is. In the middle, directly, what did you see on that picture with Gerardus Mercator? You saw what looked like a Hershey's kiss in the middle, right?
Yeah.
That's the Rupus Negra. That's the Black Mountain. That's the Black Rock directly in the middle. I'm going to close this out. Then I'm going to bring you back to this. Remember that?
Mhm.
What did you see in the middle of that map? What letter?
G.
It's right here. Where was that compass sitting? Directly. It was apexing directly above G.
Mhm.
As a so below. G sits right in the middle. These guys, we saw that basically we came across that. We saw that together, but then it didn't just stop there, right? Let me get out of that real quick. It didn't stop there. So numbers and these crazy numbers are everywhere, right? They're everywhere when we start putting these things together. Well, take a look at this. Hold on. That share. Take a look at this here. Okay. What number does this? This is the same thing, right? By the way,
Mhm.
a clearer picture of what this is. Here's a clearer picture of what does this say?
Poles. I can't pronounce that word.
That's well, the V's are actually U's. So that's Polus Arcticus. And what does this say? Rupus nigra. Black rock. This right here. This is Mercator's depiction of the North Pole, right? Rupus nigra, black rock. What's this say right here? Can you see that?
Yes, can't pronounce it.
Polus
Poles. Magus.
magnetis.
Magnetis.
Remember where his compass was sitting?
Yeah.
Right here. It was sitting on this thing, right?
Mhm.
It was sitting right there. And what did he have in his left hand? What nation or what continent?
It was Asia.
In his left hand.
No. It was America.
Yeah. Look what continent is here.
Asia.
Yeah. And
Whoa.
remember how? Yes. So you see, his compass was
Yeah.
sitting on this. It came up like that. But not just that. What is this thing turned into? What do you see a number somewhere around here?
I don't see another.
6. It's a number
Oh,
6
6.
right here.
Okay.
They found that. More shit that they found. More shit that that the audience found. I didn't even see it. If it was a snake, it would have bit me. So these guys came across that. This thing
Interesting.
runs its own. It's got like a Fibonacci sequence, right?
Mhm.
Some semblance of a Fibonacci sequence. some semblance of the number 6, the number 9, if you so choose, right? Number 9, or the letter G even. And G is right here on the compass. G is right here. That's where the compass begins, right? As above, so below. Rufus Negris, the Black Rock. So we tore this thing apart, and we spent some time on it for like 5 hours the other day. We did this together. And so I think if more people knew about what it is we know, if more people knew and more people took actual time and put actual effort into research, this whole nightmare that people think we're living would disappear overnight. Things would change overnight. Things would change overnight.
Interesting. They learned that's how the real world map was. We're actually looks like we're a lot closer together, right?
That, but I mean, the place is a lot stranger than we think. And what I mean by that, what I mean by strange is this world, it's not what we think what we think it is. It's just not. We were fooled, we were lied to, we were tricked, and it just is. Now, here's the thing. Here's another thing. Imagine somebody living someplace else, seeing where they live on that map, but just seeing it from their perspective and not me seeing it from my perspective where it is they live. Do you know what that means? That means they can look at it and they can break it down and they can explain it in a sense that I would never be able to explain it because they live there. They see that place. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It makes sense to them in such a fashion that it wouldn't, or it hadn't made sense to me in that way because I don't live in that region. I don't live there. So they'd be like, hey, actually over here, these belong there. Or this is different because in real life, this is what's supposed to be here. This is why these things matter. This is why these truths are important.
Interesting. I'm learning a lot.
I mean, we're learning together, man. It's nothing that I'm saying that these guys don't already know, right? I feel you, Ida. I appreciate you for coming. I appreciate you for coming. Yeah, we'll chat later. You have a good night. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot that needs to be discussed, and these quote unquote, I'm not even going to call them leaders. I don't even want to give them that power because they are not our leaders. I don't know what they are. They're parasites. They are not our leaders. They are parasites.
Absolutely.
But they're not discussing what needs discussed, and that's a problem. And so those.
All right. Well, bud, I'm gonna get some sleep, Max. I'm getting tired, man. I appreciate you for inviting me on, man. Hello. I think you like froze.
Yeah, I froze for a little bit. But we got them dudes like Patrick Bet David, and we got dudes like freaking what's his name? The Pod Twins, the Hodge Twins. There we go.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
So we have these guys like the Hodge Twins, Patrick Bet David, and everybody. They're now starting to talk about it. That's because they're trying to be like the first to get the jump on, to get the scoop on. My thing is that these people don't get compromised and then they start trying to drop lies, mix the lies in with the truth. That's my concern.
I know Patrick Van David. I didn't know he'd been talking about it.
Yeah, Valuetainment.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had Bryce Mitchell on his show just recently. And Bryce Mitchell was discussing it in detail.
Interesting.
Oh yeah, check it out. This was like a week or so ago. Patrick Bet David had Bryce Mitchell on there discussing it. Candace Owens was discussing it.
Candace Owens, wow.
Hmm. She was discussing it. I think she needs to take a bigger step, and then she needs to let people with a bigger platform, i.e., David Wise, Austin Whitsitt, the guys of that nature, discuss it, talk about it with her, and tell her to do some research and point her in the direction of other channels to watch. The Taboo Conspiracies, those guys like that, FE Core and stuff like that. Point them in those directions. Point them, point them to the mom and pop restaurants, not at McDonald's, because McDonald's is what's going to kill you. Point them to where the real food is, to point them to where the real truth is.
What do you eat for your real food?
To what?
What does your diet consist of? You said real food, so that's what I'm saying.
I do my best. Just veggies, rice, chicken, fish.
There you go.
I make a fruit smoothie every day.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, a little fruit smoothie every day. Every day, pumpkin seeds. Every day, every day, every day, every day, every day. That is
Yeah.
my diet. Every single day.
Yeah, you seem like you're in good shape. So that's what I was saying,
Oh man, I do my best, man. I do my best with what I got, really. So I'm all right. I'm doing well, and so I want to make sure that my money's going to my health.
As you get older, all you have is your health.
That's all you, man. Even when you're young, all you got is your health, homie.
Yeah.
Even when you're old, when you're younger. So we can't take that stuff for granted, because basically the seeds you sow when you're young is what you're going to reap when you're older. So you want to make sure you do it. You start now. It's always important to start now. Don't think that you could start when you get old. No, the time is now when you're young. You start doing the good habits. You start working out. You start drinking the water. You start eating clean now as early as possible. You keep up with those habits, so that when you get older and you kind of lapse a little bit, you lapse just a little bit, but you still have that strong foundation, those strong roots of eating well, of maintaining your body, of drinking water, of working out every day. And that's going to carry you into longevity, it should carry you into a nice, healthy life and a healthy lifestyle,
All right. Well, Vlad, appreciate you for having me on, man. I'm gonna go ahead and head to sleep, man.
Oh, family, I appreciate you, man.
Thanks, man.
Thank you. You bet, man. Thanks for coming on, yo.
Thank you.
All right. You have a good night, man. Hey, family. Y'all hear me? Am I in the house? Man, family. That was a lot tonight. That was a lot. That was a lot tonight. I know we discussed the maps last week. But that's something I wanted. Truth shall set you free. I wanted him to get some eyes on, because I know he missed it last week. But totally, excuse me, family. But totally, please, if you guys see other people use that, right, explain that, to go over that with them, and maybe other people will see something that maybe we may have missed, right? Introduce people to this truth. Introduce people to these facts, these anomalies, right? These things that we felt that we came upon, and show it to other people. I promise you, somebody might find something different. Somebody might find something else that maybe we might have overlooked. Don't be afraid to show other people. I'm never afraid to show other people these new things we find, because Lord knows what it is we're coming across. Lord, like I'm still trying to figure out what it is we on. I don't know where the hell we at. Yeah, yeah, that's right. Places will pay you to move to them, like places in Europe, like Italy, Japan, Russia is taking Africans. Japan is taking Africans. Italy is taking anybody. Ecuador paying you to move there. It's crazy. It's crazy. Hey, Jehovah's daughter, I appreciate you. I appreciate you very much. Thank you. And anybody that shares my stuff, man, I appreciate y'all. You know what I'm saying? I appreciate y'all from the beginning to the end, man, from the top to the bottom. And we ain't nothing without each other. So I appreciate y'all sharing my content, but this channel ain't nothing without y'all. And what we do together, it's not what it is I do, but what we do together, you know? So we're stronger together and not divided, definitely. So I just wish and I hope and I pray that folks out there, people like Jaron and stuff like that, kind of figure these things out and work it out. Just work it out with your fucking neighbor, man. Work it out with your neighbor. Figure out your differences. See where it is you guys agree and work together. Because the last thing we need, the last thing we want is to be divided as a community. That's the last thing we want. So figure your shit out and let's come together. Jaron and Eric Dubé, figure that shit out. Oh, also, Awaken Nemesis, if you can get Eric Dubé, if you can get him with me, and if we could link up together, man, that would be phenomenal. And I just need 10 minutes of his time. And all Eric needs, just give me 10 minutes, bro. Give me 10 minutes, bro. And let's figure this shit out. You guys are men. And you guys are good men. And you guys, as far as I see, you guys are just trying to get the truth out there to people. We have people that, yeah, they may have bigger platforms, but you guys are two very important pillars in the true earth, flat earth community, right? We don't have a Rob Skiba no more. We don't have a, Bob Nodell. These guys ain't here no more. So it's up to you to carry that torch the way you guys have been, carry it smartly, and do the right thing by the community, both of y'all. So you guys owe it to the community. You do owe it to the community to do the right thing, figure this thing out, because a lot of people watch your content. A lot of people. We send people to your channels to watch this content. So you guys need to be the example. You guys need to lead by example. Be men, be leaders, right? Don't be afraid to stand up for what you believe in is true, and at least come to the table and talk about it like men. Lead by example, right? And I appreciate you again. I appreciate you, right? You guys lead by example. I'm not trying to tell you what to, okay, I am telling you what to do. Start leading by example, y'all. Start leading by example. I know I have a mountain to climb myself, but we have a community that's looking to you guys for good things, for good content and good information. So do the right thing, y'all. Shannon Emerson, I appreciate you. You bet. You bet. Anytime. It's always a pleasure. It's always a pleasure. And thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Family, that is time. It's 4:44 right now. It's like, so yeah, I'm gonna have to call it quits, kind of like everybody else. I really appreciate y'all. But Awakened Nemesis, I really appreciate your stuff, man. Thank you very much. Jehovah's daughter, I appreciate you. Thank you, Barbara. Shannon Emerson, thank you. as usual. You're a pleasure. Yeah, and you're a treasure. Ida Hill, good night. And thank you. Thank you so, so much. Mr. Jones, always, always a pleasure. Thank you very much. And thank you for holding it down for us every night, man, or every weekend or every Tuesday. You know what I'm saying? You also have the forehead as a tree of life and our spinal cord connect to the brain. Yes. I'm learning about that too. Waking Genesis. What is your pointing? What you're pointing at is Virgo mirror or the world's well, otherwise known as the ocean's navel. Huh. What you're pointing at is Virgo mirror. Oh, in the middle. Yes. That's a royal pool that filters the earth's waters. The North Man. Yeah, I'm gonna get to these. Then he's holding a compass as he looks at the G. He's holding his fingers as if turned slightly. Yeah, so family. Oh man, it's always a treasure and a pleasure. Like I said, I appreciate y'all. Whew, what a night. What a night. What an amazing night. And we had our man Judah from the Ghost of Judah tribe come on and bless the channel. You know what I'm saying? Every Tuesday is a blessing with y'all. Every Tuesday is a blessing with y'all. And what you got? In masonry, the square is an instrument can only be applied to flat surfaces. Yep. In ancient times, the earth was presumed to be flat. So the square has been a symbol. The square became a symbol of that which is earthly. Yes. The square is the earth. The square is the earth. I could see the square. Yeah, the square is the earth. And then the compass, part of the compass would be the heavens, would be the expanse, would be the firmament. Why not? Right? As above, so below. Anyway, Rumble and YouTube family, I appreciate y'all. I thank y'all and I pray for y'all. Thank you. Thank you for joining me tonight. True Earth Tuesday. We're going to have to wrap that joint up. The sun is coming up in a little bit, but I still appreciate y'all, and I still appreciate y'all for everything that y'all do and everything that you guys are. You guys are genuine and you guys are real and you guys are amazing. But tonight it is 3:30 in the morning. And tonight we're gonna have to cut loose, baby. We're gonna have to cut loose, put loose, kick off your Sunday, you Louise. Like, let me stop. Anyway, Rumble and YouTube family, that's it for tonight. So I wish you guys nothing but the best. Be sure to join us on Flat Earth Friday with the Ghost of Judah tribe. This time he should be there tonight. And yeah, we'll make it official, man. We'll make it happen. We'll make it real. Either how, wish y'all nothing but the best. Health, wealth, love, joy, prosperity. Most of all, wisdom, family. Wisdom. I wish y'all wisdom and prayer. And with that, I love you. I'm out. Good night. Au revoir. Peace.